Loneliness doesn't always mean something is wrong. Sometimes it's just what the mind feels when things go quiet. It can feel heavy, like something is missing, or like you're separate from everything around you. But not every moment of distance means you're disconnected in a deeper way. A lot of it comes and goes, like a state the mind moves through, even if it feels permanent while you're in it. This is a video of gentle truths about loneliness, something you can listen to without trying to fix anything or understand everything. If you enjoy long, calming videos like this, like and subscribe to our channel, Restwise. These videos take time to make, and your support helps keep the channel going. Also, comment below with your thoughts, where you're watching from, and what time it is for you. We'll feature comments from our community in every video. It's a great way to connect with each other and appreciate our community members. Now, let's start the video. Why loneliness feels louder at night, and why that doesn't mean anything is wrong with you. There is a strange kind of volume that only shows up after dark. You can go through an entire day feeling mostly fine, maybe distracted, maybe busy enough not to think too hard. And then the night comes in, and suddenly everything feels amplified. The silence gets heavier, your chest feels tighter. Memories you did not ask for start walking back into the room like they still live there. And loneliness, which was maybe just sitting quietly in the corner all day, somehow pulls up a chair right in front of you and says, "Now you have to look at me." That experience can feel so personal that people immediately turn it into a verdict. They think, if I feel this empty at night, something must be deeply wrong with me. If the loneliness gets this intense when the lights go off, maybe that means I am broken in some special, embarrassing way. Maybe everyone else knows how to be alone, and I am the only one who cannot handle it. But here is the part that catches people off guard. Night does not reveal your worth. It reveals your nervous system. A lot of what feels like emotional truth after dark is actually your brain losing its daytime camouflage. During the day, your attention is constantly being recruited. Notifications, errands, conversations, work, background noise, sunlight, movement, tiny responsibilities, random tasks you did not even choose. All of that creates friction between you and your inner world. It keeps your mind from settling too deeply into what it is actually carrying. Then night arrives and most of that stimulation disappears. The world gets quieter, but your awareness gets louder. And because humans are meaning-making creatures, your brain does not just notice that intensity. It tries to explain it. It starts building a story around the feeling. Not just, I feel alone right now, but I am alone because I am hard to love. Not just, tonight feels heavy, but my life is going nowhere. Not just, I miss connection, but maybe nobody is ever really coming. That is the trap. The feeling is real, but the interpretation often is not. There is actually a very human reason this happens. At night, your brain has fewer external anchors, which means it becomes more internally focused. That can increase something psychologists often call self-referential thinking. Basically, the mind looping back onto itself. This is why a tiny social rejection from 3 years ago can suddenly feel like tonight's headline story. This is why one unanswered message can start to feel like proof of abandonment. Your mind is not calmly evaluating reality. It is filling empty space with emotionally charged material. And if you are tired, it gets even more dramatic. Sleep deprivation and even ordinary nighttime fatigue can make emotional regulation weaker. Your brain becomes less skilled at perspective and more vulnerable to threat. So the same thought that would feel manageable at 2 in the afternoon can feel devastating at 1 in the morning. The loneliness is not always bigger. You are just less defended against it. That matters because so many people secretly build an identity around what they feel at night. They decide the nighttime version of themselves is the most honest one. They think, if I feel unwanted in bed with the lights off, then that must be the deepest truth. But sometimes the deepest truth is not the loudest one. Sometimes it is just the one that survives daylight and rest and context. And honestly, there is something else almost nobody says out loud. Loneliness at night is not just about being alone. It is often about being unwitnessed. There is a difference. You can spend an evening by yourself and feel peaceful. But when night falls, a more ancient ache can wake up. It is the feeling that no one is here to see this version of you. No one is here to notice that you made it through another hard day. No one is here to ask how your mind is doing when it stops performing. No one is here for the unedited hours. And for social creatures like us, that can hit something very primal. Humans are not built to only survive physically. We are also built to co-regulate. That means our bodies often calm down in the presence of safe connection. A steady voice, a familiar face, someone else breathing in the room, even small signals of being known. When those cues are missing, your system can become more alert without you realizing why. So what you call loneliness might partly be your body asking, where is the tribe? Where is the warmth? Where is the evidence that I am held somewhere in this world? That is not weakness. That is wiring. And maybe the hardest part is how embarrassing it can feel. Especially if you are high functioning. Especially if you are the one other people lean on. Especially if you are capable, intelligent, independent, and still find yourself staring at the ceiling at night feeling strangely abandoned by life itself. That kind of loneliness can make you feel childish, dramatic, needy. But the truth is, needing connection is not immaturity. It is one of the most biologically normal things about you. The shame usually comes from misunderstanding the signal. Loneliness is not always a sign that you are failing at life. Sometimes it is simply an internal alarm saying, there is a gap between the amount of connection I have and the amount of connection I need. That is information, not condemnation. Just like thirst does not mean you are weak for needing water, loneliness does not mean you are defective for needing closeness. And yes, sometimes it gets louder at night, because that is when you can finally hear what the day kept interrupting. That does not mean every lonely feeling is a sacred message you need to decode forever. It just means you do not have to panic every time it shows up. You do not have to turn one difficult night into a lifelong identity. You do not have to believe every thought your tired brain offers you in the dark. Sometimes the kindest thing you can do is stop asking, what does this say about me? And start asking, what conditions might be shaping what I feel right now? Am I exhausted? Am I overstimulated from the day? Have I gone too long without meaningful contact? Have I been emotionally performing for everyone else and disappearing from myself? Am I lonely, or am I simply finally quiet enough to notice what hurts? Those are very different questions, and they lead to very different answers. Because if you have ever felt lonelier at night than you can explain, the most soothing truth might be this: your pain is not proof that you are unlovable. Your nighttime heaviness is not a diagnosis, and the intensity of what you feel in the dark is not always the truth about your life. Sometimes it is just what the human mind sounds like when the world goes silent. The quiet truth that being alone is not the same thing as being unwanted. Some of the deepest pain people carry has almost nothing to do with actually being alone. It comes from what they think aloneness means. That is where the wound usually lies, not in the empty room itself, but in the interpretation. In the private conclusion that if no one is here right now, then maybe no one truly wants me. Maybe my absence would not change much. Maybe if I mattered more, life would feel less quiet than this. And that is such a brutal leap for the mind to make because it feels logical when you are in it. It feels clean, almost mathematical. If I were deeply wanted, I would feel it. If I were loved in the way I need, I would not be eating dinner by myself or falling asleep with no one to text or waking up without anyone checking in. So the brain does what it does best. It takes a temporary condition and turns it into an identity. I am alone, therefore I am unwanted. But that equation is emotionally convincing and still completely false, because being alone is a circumstance. Being unwanted is a story, and those are not the same thing, even if your body reacts to them as if they are. There are people who are deeply loved and still spend huge parts of their lives alone. There are people with full contact lists, group chats, partners, families, and packed social calendars who still feel profoundly unwanted in the ways that matter most. And there are people sitting in quiet apartments right now who are more cherished than they know, but they cannot feel it because no one is physically present to mirror it back to them in this exact moment. That is the quiet truth no one teaches you early enough. The absence of immediate company is not reliable evidence about your worth. A lot of people learned the opposite without realizing it. Somewhere along the way, they were trained to measure love by access. If someone wants you, they will be here. If you matter, people will reach out first. If you are chosen, you will not have to wonder. And while there is some truth buried in that, it is nowhere near complete enough to build your whole self-image on, because human beings are inconsistent, distracted, overwhelmed, inarticulate, loving in ways that are real but not always visible on schedule. Some people care about you and are terrible at showing it. Some people think about you and never say it. Some people assume you know. Some people are fighting battles that make them quieter than their love actually is. And yes, some people do fail to show up. Some people do leave. Some people do make you feel forgettable. That part is real too. But even then, their inability to hold you well is not the same thing as proof that you are fundamentally unwanted. It may be proof that they are limited. It may be proof that the fit was wrong. It may be proof that your needs met someone else's emotional ceiling. Those things hurt, but they do not define your value unless you hand them that authority. The problem is that loneliness rarely presents itself as loneliness. It often disguises itself as self-judgment. It says things like, maybe I am too much. Maybe I am forgettable. Maybe if I were more attractive, more interesting, more healed, more easy to be around, people would naturally stay closer to me. And because those thoughts arrive when you are already vulnerable, they do not sound cruel. They sound observant. They sound like insight. They sound like you finally seeing the truth. But that is one of the oldest tricks pain knows how to play. Pain loves to take unmet need and translate it into personal defect. You needed more warmth, so now you think you are hard to love. You needed reassurance, so now you think you are emotionally needy. You needed consistency, so now you think you ask for too much. You needed someone to choose you clearly, and because they did not, now you are trying to solve yourself like a problem. That is such a common human response, and it is also one of the saddest. Because it means the person who needed comfort ends up becoming their own accuser. And maybe this is the part that lands the hardest. Sometimes what hurts is not that no one loves you. It is that the love that exists is not reaching the places in you that still feel unconvinced. That is a very different issue. You can be cared for and still not feel secure. You can be appreciated and still not feel chosen. You can be wanted in some ways and still ache in others. This is why external proof alone does not always solve loneliness. You can gather compliments, invitations, attention, even affection, and still go home feeling strangely untouched, because the deeper ache is often not, "Does anyone like me?" It is, "Do I feel deeply seen without having to perform for it?" That is a much more tender question. And if your history has taught you that love is inconsistent, conditional, or easy to lose, then being alone can activate far more than simple solitude. It can wake up old fear. Your nervous system may not register, "I am just by myself tonight." It may register, "I have been left." Those are not the same experience in the body. One is neutral. The other feels existential. This is why a quiet evening can suddenly feel loaded with meaning you did not consciously assign to it. The room is still, but your body is reacting to every old moment where absence meant disconnection, distance, or emotional risk. And without realizing it, you are not just sitting alone in the present. You are sitting with every version of you who once mistook silence for rejection. That deserves more compassion than most people give it. Because if you are someone who struggles when the world gets quiet, it does not automatically mean you are dependent or fragile or secretly impossible to love. It may simply mean your system has learned to associate aloneness with danger, and now it keeps trying to protect you from emptiness by making it mean something catastrophic. But aloneness is not always a verdict. Sometimes it is just space. Sometimes it is recovery. Sometimes it is a season. Sometimes it is a room your life is passing through, not the final address of your worth. And maybe one of the most healing things a person can learn is this: you do not need constant proof of being wanted in order to still be worthy of love. You do not need to be texted every night, chosen by everyone, or surrounded at all times to be deeply valuable. Your life can be quiet without you being unwanted. Your phone can be silent without your existence being forgettable. Your evenings can be empty without your heart being undeserving. That is the part loneliness almost never tells you. It wants you to confuse lack of noise with lack of love. It wants you to treat stillness like rejection. It wants you to make permanent conclusions from temporary absences. But not every empty space is evidence against you. Sometimes you are simply in a chapter where the love that belongs to you has not arrived in the form you can easily recognize yet. And until it does, the most important thing may be refusing to let solitude testify against your value. How your mind turns silence into stories, and why most of those stories aren't true. Silence is rarely just silence to the human mind. Give a person enough quiet, especially at night, and the brain will almost always try to fill it with something. A memory, a fear, a theory, a version of events that somehow explains why the room feels this empty, and why your chest suddenly feels heavier than it did an hour ago. And the strange part is, most people do not even notice when this starts happening. They think they are simply realizing things. They think they are finally seeing reality clearly. But very often, what is actually happening is much less noble and much more human. Your mind is making stories because it hates unfinished space. That is one of the most important things to understand if you have ever laid in bed and watched your thoughts turn against you. The brain is not built to sit comfortably inside uncertainty for very long. It wants closure, explanation, pattern, narrative. It wants to know why that person stopped replying differently, why your life feels disconnected right now, why you feel hard to reach, why certain nights feel like everyone else belongs somewhere and you somehow do not. And when the world does not hand your mind a clear answer, your mind does not usually shrug and say, "Fair enough, I guess I will wait for more information." No, it starts writing. That is where so much unnecessary suffering begins, because the stories your mind creates in silence almost never arrive wearing a label that says fictional. They arrive sounding intimate, intelligent, protective. They sound like insight. They sound like honesty. They sound like you. And because of that, they slip past your defenses very easily. Maybe they are pulling away because I am exhausting. Maybe no one checks on me because I am not that important. Maybe I am always the one who cares more. Maybe I missed my chance to build the kind of life people actually want to be part of. Maybe this is just who I am now. Maybe this is all there is. Thoughts like that do not usually announce themselves as fear. They announce themselves as conclusions. That is why they can be so dangerous. You are not just feeling pain. You are unconsciously converting pain into evidence. And once that happens, the silence gets crowded very quickly. A lot of this comes down to the way the brain handles ambiguity. When something feels unclear or unresolved, your mind would often rather have a painful explanation than no explanation at all. Psychologists have studied this in different ways for years, and the pattern is remarkably human. We are deeply uncomfortable with uncertainty, especially in relationships, identity, and belonging. So when information is missing, the brain tends to fill the gap with whatever feels emotionally familiar. That last part matters most. Not whatever is most accurate, whatever is most familiar. If you have a history of feeling overlooked, your mind will use silence to confirm that people are forgetting you. If you have a history of rejection, your mind will use silence to predict abandonment. If you have a history of emotional inconsistency, your mind will use silence to assume the connection is slipping. In other words, the stories are not random. They are often built from old emotional blueprints. And this is why two people can experience the exact same silence and walk away with completely different interpretations. One person thinks they are probably busy. Another thinks, "I knew I did something wrong." Same unanswered message. Same quiet room. Same empty evening. Totally different story. The difference is not always the event itself. The difference is the meaning the mind has been trained to assign to it. That is why silence can feel so brutal for some people. It is not because they are weak. It is because their inner world has learned that absence usually means something painful is coming. So when the noise dies down, the brain does what it thinks it must do to keep them safe. It starts scanning, interpreting, predicting, building explanations before the truth even has a chance to arrive. And to be fair, your mind is not doing this because it wants to ruin your peace. It is doing it because uncertainty can feel threatening to the nervous system. If the brain can name the danger, it feels like it has some control over it. Even if the explanation is harsh, even if the story hurts you, even if it is wrong, there is something almost tragic about that. The mind would often rather accuse you than leave the question open. Because open questions feel dangerous. Maybe they are upset with me is painful, but at least it is an answer. Maybe I am hard to love is brutal, but at least it gives the discomfort a shape. Maybe I will always be alone is devastating, but at least it closes the loop. That is the seductive part of self-destructive thinking. It offers certainty. False certainty, usually, but certainty all the same. And certainty can feel soothing when your nervous system is scared. This is why people can become strangely attached to painful narratives. Not because they enjoy suffering, but because the story gives the silence structure. It turns a vague ache into a defined reason. And the brain loves reasons, even ugly ones, because reasons feel easier to manage than the unknown. But a thought becoming familiar does not make it true. A story repeating itself in your mind does not make it reality. A fear arriving with confidence does not make it wisdom. A conclusion showing up in the middle of the night does not mean it has passed any test except emotional intensity. That is such a freeing thing to realize, even if it takes time to really believe it. You do not have to treat every thought that visits you in silence like a messenger from the truth. Some thoughts are just old alarms ringing in new rooms. And maybe the most useful question is not, what am I thinking right now? Maybe the better question is, what is this thought trying to help me avoid feeling? Because beneath so many painful stories is usually a much simpler emotional reality. I feel disconnected. I feel uncertain. I feel unchosen. I feel scared that I matter less than I hope I do. I feel exposed without distraction. Those are vulnerable truths, and your mind often dresses them up in harsher language because vulnerability feels too soft, too open, too helpless. So instead of letting you feel the tenderness of, I miss being known, it gives you the brutality of, no one really cares. That is not clarity. That is protection wearing the wrong costume. And once you start seeing this, something changes. The silence does not instantly become peaceful, but it becomes less authoritative. You stop assuming every thought deserves your belief. You stop mistaking mental noise for revelation. You begin to understand that the mind can be loudest when it is least reliable. That matters more than most people realize. Because if you can learn to sit in a quiet room without immediately surrendering to the first painful explanation your mind offers, you begin to take your life back in small but profound ways. You begin to leave more room for other possibilities, more room for context, more room for reality to be gentler than your fear predicted. And sometimes that is the whole shift, not making the silence disappear, not forcing yourself to feel positive, just learning that when your mind starts writing stories in the dark, you do not have to hand it the pen. The hidden peace of not having to perform for anyone after dark. There is a kind of relief that people almost never talk about when they talk about loneliness. Because loneliness gets all the language. Loneliness gets the poetry, the concern, the late-night spirals, the ache. But there is another side to being alone at night that is so quiet and so easily missed that many people never fully let themselves feel it. And it is this. After dark, when no one needs anything from you, there is a version of peace available that does not exist anywhere else. Not because everything is solved, not because life suddenly makes sense, but because for a few hours, you are allowed to stop performing. That word matters more than most people realize. A huge amount of human exhaustion does not come from work itself, or even from pain itself. It comes from the endless management of how we are perceived. The constant invisible labor of being understandable, pleasant, productive, emotionally calibrated, socially appropriate, low maintenance, attractive enough, funny enough, composed enough, not too needy, not too distant, not too much, not too little. Most people are carrying around an entire public version of themselves all day long without even noticing how heavy it is. And then night comes. And if you are alone, something subtle but profound can happen. The audience disappears. No one is watching your face. No one is reading your tone. No one is evaluating your timing. No one is expecting a response from you in real time. No one needs your emotional packaging. And for a nervous system that spends most of its life adapting to other people, that can be incredibly healing. The strange thing is, many people do not feel that peace right away. At first, they only feel the emptiness. They notice the silence, the stillness, the lack of contact. They focus on what is missing, which makes sense, because if your heart has been aching for connection, the absence of people can feel like the main event. But underneath that ache, there is often another experience trying to surface, a softer one, a quieter one, the experience of finally being off duty. And if you are someone who has spent years reading rooms, managing impressions, anticipating moods, smoothing over tension, or shape-shifting to stay loved, being alone at night can actually be one of the only times your body gets to unclench. That is not a small thing. Some people are so used to being emotionally available that they do not realize how rarely they get to simply exist without being useful. They are always replying, reassuring, checking in, adjusting, showing up, staying palatable, keeping the peace, carrying the tone of the room on their back. Even in relationships that look normal from the outside, there can be this quiet pressure to remain legible and pleasant all the time, to keep your edges softened enough that no one gets uncomfortable. So when you are finally by yourself, the silence can do something beautiful if you let it. It can return you to yourself. Not the polished self, not the social self, not the self that knows exactly how to land in conversation. Just the private, unedited self that does not need to make sense to anybody for a little while. And honestly, that can feel almost unfamiliar at first. Because when you have been performing for long enough, authenticity does not always feel instantly freeing. Sometimes it feels disorienting. You sit alone and suddenly realize you do not even know what you actually want to do when no one is around. You reach for your phone not because you need anything, but because unstructured freedom feels weird. You keep the television on not because you are interested, but because stillness feels too exposed. You hover around your own evening like a guest, because you have not fully remembered how to live inside your own company without needing to justify it. That is more common than people think. A lot of adults are not actually afraid of being alone. They are afraid of meeting the self that appears when there is no role to play. Because what if you are tired in a way that no nap fixes? What if you are sadder than you let on? What if there is anger under the surface? What if there is grief? What if there is a softer stranger, more honest version of you waiting there, who has been drowned out by all the daily performance? That is part of why the peace can be hidden. Not because it is not real, but because it sits behind a door most people do not pause long enough to open. And once you do, the texture of being alone can start to change. You realize you can sit in silence without adjusting your face. You can move through your room without managing your energy. You can be quiet without anyone asking what is wrong. You can cry without explaining it. You can laugh at something stupid with no need to make it charming. You can eat what you want, wear what you want, say nothing at all, and let your body come back to a more natural rhythm. That kind of privacy is not emptiness. It is intimacy with yourself. And that is a very different thing from isolation. Isolation says, "No one is here for me." Private peace says, "No one is demanding access to me right now." Those are not the same sentence, even if they happen in the same room. The tragedy is that many people are so conditioned to chase stimulation, validation, or company that they miss the medicine hidden inside the hours where no one is pulling on them. They keep trying to escape the evening before they have really listened to what it offers. They treat every quiet night like a problem to solve instead of a place where their nervous system might finally get to rest. Not every night, of course. Some nights are genuinely hard. Some nights hurt. Some nights you would trade every philosophical insight for one warm, safe person beside you. That longing is real and deeply human. But even then, there can still be a sliver of truth underneath it. You are not only missing people. You are also standing inside one of the rarest conditions modern life gives you. A space where you do not have to be anything for anyone. And if that feels sad at first, that is okay. Sometimes freedom feels empty before it feels sacred. Sometimes the body has to learn that no demands is not the same thing as no love. Sometimes it takes time to trust that rest without witnesses still counts. Sometimes it takes a while to understand that your value does not increase only when someone is looking at you. But once that understanding starts to settle in, even a quiet night can begin to feel less like abandonment and more like release. Not every silence is a punishment. Not every empty evening is evidence that something is missing. Sometimes it is simply your life handing you a few unclaimed hours where no mask is required and no performance is needed. And if you have spent enough of your life being consumed by other people's expectations, that kind of darkness can start to feel less lonely and more like mercy. Why some of the most deeply loved people still go to bed feeling lonely. It can feel almost insulting when you realize this, but some of the loneliest people on earth are not unloved. They are not abandoned. They are not invisible in the obvious ways. In fact, some of them are surrounded by people who genuinely care about them. They have friends, family, a partner, maybe. They get texts. They get invited places. They are appreciated, needed, even admired. And still, night comes, the room gets quiet, and something inside them aches like no one really knows they are there. That kind of loneliness is especially painful because it is so hard to explain. If you are lonely and clearly isolated, at least the pain makes sense on paper. But when people love you, and you still feel emotionally alone, it can create a very private kind of shame. You start thinking, what is wrong with me that all this love keeps arriving and somehow not landing? Why do I still feel untouched by it? Why do I still go to bed with this hollow feeling, like I am emotionally starving in a life that should technically be enough? And that is where a lot of people begin blaming themselves for a wound that is much more complex than they realize. Because love existing around you is not the same thing as love reaching you in the way your nervous system can actually receive. That distinction changes everything. A person can care about you deeply and still not know how to meet you where you actually live inside. They can love your personality, your role, your reliability, your humor, your strength, your usefulness, your surface-level preferences, even your pain in a general way, and still never fully touch the hidden parts of you, that most need to feel known. They can be loyal to your presence without truly understanding your interior world. And when that happens, you can be very loved and still very lonely, because what many people are starving for is not just affection, it is resonance. Not just someone saying "I care about you," but someone whose presence makes your inner life feel less solitary. That is a very different kind of nourishment. A lot of people have relationships where they are technically seen, but not deeply felt. People know facts about them, but not patterns. They know the outline, but not the texture. They know what happened to them, but not how it shaped the way they move through the world. They know when they are upset, maybe, but not the specific silence they go into when they are overwhelmed. They know what they do for work, what shows they like, what they are good at, but not the private emotional weather they carry around after dark. And if no one knows that weather, loneliness can thrive even in a crowded life. This is one of the reasons high-functioning people often feel the most emotionally stranded. They are good at being legible in socially acceptable ways. They know how to be warm, competent, funny, capable, supportive. They know how to show up in a way that makes relationships run smoothly. But the very traits that make them lovable can also make them hard to fully reach, because they become so practiced at offering others a digestible version of themselves that people stop looking for what is underneath. So they get loved, yes, but often for the part of them that performs best. And night is when that discrepancy becomes impossible to ignore. Because during the day, being useful can almost feel like being connected. Being needed can imitate closeness. Being admired can briefly resemble being known. But once the noise dies down, the heart starts asking a much more honest question. Who is with me when I am not impressive? Who knows how to meet me when I am quiet? Who can feel the shape of my sadness without me translating it into something easier to hold? That is where loneliness lives for a lot of deeply loved people, not in the absence of care, but in the absence of emotional contact. And to make it even more complicated, some people cannot fully receive love, even when it is being offered well, not because they are difficult, not because they are broken, but because their history has taught them that closeness is unstable, conditional, or dangerous. If someone grows up having to earn warmth, anticipate rejection, or perform emotional safety for the people around them, they can become incredibly skilled at giving love while remaining strangely unreachable to it. They can understand love intellectually and still not feel safe enough to absorb it. They can hear "I am here for you" and still brace internally as if loss is only a matter of time. That kind of loneliness is not solved by simply adding more people. Because the ache is not always "I need more attention." Sometimes it is "I do not know how to let love all the way in without waiting for it to disappear." That is a much more tender problem. And it explains why some people go to bed feeling lonely even after a full day of interaction. They were around others, yes. Maybe they laughed. Maybe they talked. Maybe they were appreciated. But if they spent the entire day subtly editing themselves, staying emotionally contained, or translating their inner world into a version that felt easier for others to digest, then of course they still feel alone at night. Their body knows the difference between contact and connection. That difference is huge. Contact is being around people. Connection is feeling emotionally met by them. Contact can fill a calendar. Connection is what lets the nervous system exhale, and a lot of modern life is absolutely packed with contact while remaining painfully low on connection. Endless messages, reactions, quick check-ins, social plans, surface updates, little digital touches that keep people orbiting each other without ever fully arriving. It can create the illusion that no one is alone while leaving a lot of hearts quietly starving, which is why some of the most cherished people still lie awake wondering why they feel so untouched. Because they are not asking for more noise. They are asking for depth. They are asking for the rare experience of not having to perform in order to be loved. They are asking to be understood in places they do not always know how to reveal. And maybe the saddest part is that many of them feel guilty for wanting that. They think, I should be grateful. I have people. I am lucky. Why is this still not enough? But gratitude and hunger can exist in the same body. You can appreciate the love you have and still grieve the intimacy you are missing. You can know people care and still ache for a form of closeness that has not quite found you yet. You can be deeply loved and still feel lonely in the exact places no one has learned how to reach. That does not make you ungrateful. It makes you honest. And maybe that honesty is what softens the shame. Because if you have ever gone to bed feeling lonely despite being loved, the answer is not automatically that you are too much or too damaged or impossible to satisfy. It may simply be that your heart is asking for something more specific than attention, more precise than affection, more alive than being generally cared for. It may be asking for the kind of love that does not just surround you. It actually finds you. The comforting idea that your heart can be full even when the room is empty. There is a moment that catches a lot of people off guard when they are alone at night. It is not always dramatic. Sometimes it is almost embarrassingly small. You put your phone down. The room goes quiet. There is no message coming in, no voice in the background, no one moving around in the next room, no proof of connection happening in real time. And something in you immediately translates that emptiness into emotional lack. If the room is empty, then maybe my life is empty too. If no one is here with me, then maybe love is not here either. That is such a natural conclusion to make, and it is also one of the gentlest lies loneliness tells, because the human heart is far more spacious than the room it happens to be sitting in. And if you have never really been taught that, solitude can feel like evidence against your wholeness. It can make you believe that fullness only exists in company. That peace only counts if someone else is there to confirm it. That a meaningful life should always feel populated, interactive, externally validated. But some of the deepest forms of emotional nourishment are not loud, and they are not always visible from the outside. Sometimes your heart is carrying more love than your environment knows how to show. That matters, because many people have been trained to confuse immediate presence with emotional abundance. They think if love is real, it should feel active all the time. There should be someone to call, someone to touch, someone to answer, someone to mirror back your existence in obvious ways. And yes, those things are beautiful. They matter. Human beings are built for connection. But if your sense of inner fullness depends entirely on whether another person is physically or digitally available in this exact moment, then your peace will always be one notification away from collapse. That is a brutal way to live, and it is also incredibly common. A lot of people do not realize how much of their emotional stability has been outsourced to external proof. A reply, a plan, a little signal that says you still belong somewhere tonight. And when those signals are missing, they do not just feel alone, they feel untethered. like the meaning drained out of the evening the second no one was there to witness it. But being unwitnessed is not the same thing as being empty. That is the part worth sitting with. There are forms of love that do not disappear just because the room is quiet. The memory of being known, the residue of conversations that changed you, the care someone once gave you that your nervous system still remembers, the part of you that learned tenderness from a friend, safety from a sibling, steadiness from a teacher, softness from a version of yourself that survived something difficult. These things do not vanish when the lights go off. They live in you now. They became part of your internal world, and that means your heart can hold company even in solitude. Not fake company, not denial, not pretending you do not long for more. Real internal warmth. That is a completely different kind of fullness than most people are looking for, which is why they miss it. They keep searching for stimulation when what they actually need is contact with what is already alive inside them. They assume peace must arrive from outside, carried in by another person, when sometimes it is sitting quietly under all the noise, waiting for them to stop treating emptiness like an emergency. And yes, there is a difference between a lonely emptiness and a spacious emptiness. One feels like deprivation, the other feels like room. The hard part is that if you have spent a long time associating quiet with abandonment or absence with emotional danger, your body may not recognize that second kind right away. It may hear silence and immediately brace. It may enter the room already searching for what is missing. And if that is your pattern, then of course it is difficult to believe your heart could still be full here. Your system has been trained to scan for lack before it ever notices what remains. But what remains is often more than you think. There is the version of you that has become wiser than your younger self ever imagined. There is your capacity to notice beauty even on hard days. There is your humor, your memory, your private tenderness, your ability to feel deeply, your care for people who are not even in the room. Your longing, which painful as it can be, is still proof that your heart is alive and reaching. There is all the love you have given that shaped who you are, even when it was not returned perfectly. There is all the comfort you have learned how to offer yourself in small, almost invisible ways. None of that is nothing. In fact, some of the most emotionally rich people in the world spend many of their evenings alone. Not because their lives are lacking, but because inner fullness and outer company do not always rise and fall together. A person can have a quiet life and a full heart. A person can be physically alone and still feel rooted in love, memory, meaning, and self-respect. A person can close the door at night and still not be emotionally abandoned by life. That possibility changes the whole atmosphere of solitude, because then the room stops being a courtroom where your worth is on trial. It becomes a place where your inner life is finally audible. And maybe that is why some people slowly begin to treasure their evenings after spending years dreading them. They discover that once the panic settles, there is actually something very intimate about being alone with a heart that has learned how to hold itself gently. There is something sacred about realizing you are not emotionally vacant just because no one is currently sitting across from you. You can miss people and still be full. You can crave connection and still be whole. You can want more love in your life without acting as though the love already inside you does not count. That is not settling. That is maturity. It is the shift from, there is no one here, so this must mean something is wrong, to, this room is quiet, but I am not empty, And that distinction can soften an entire night. Because if your heart only feels real when it is being activated by someone else, you will spend your life begging the outside world to remind you that you exist. But if you start learning that your inner world has its own warmth, its own memory, its own sacred weight, then even solitude begins to lose some of its threat. Not all of it, but enough. Enough to sit down in a quiet room and not immediately assume you have been forgotten. Enough to feel the ache without making it your identity. Enough to understand that emptiness around you does not automatically mean emptiness within you. And maybe that is one of the most comforting truths a lonely night can offer. The room can be empty, and your heart can still be beautifully, quietly full. How loneliness can be a season of becoming, not just a season of missing. Some seasons of life do not look meaningful while you are inside them. They just look empty, quiet, delayed, a little humiliating, maybe. Like everyone else got handed a more obvious story, while you somehow ended up in this strange, in between where not much seems to be happening on the surface. No big romance, no constant company, no one witnessing your evenings. No dramatic proof that your life is expanding in the ways you thought it would by now. Just a lot of space. A lot of unanswered feeling. A lot of nights where loneliness makes it seem like your life has stalled. And that is usually the moment the mind starts panicking. Because if a season does not feel visibly rewarding, the brain often assumes it must be meaningless. If this chapter is quiet, maybe I am being left behind. If I feel alone this often, maybe life is shrinking instead of growing. If no one is deeply in the room with me right now, maybe nothing important is happening here at all. But some of the most life-changing seasons do not feel like progress while they are happening. They feel like absence. That is the hard truth most people only understand in hindsight. There are chapters where your life is not falling apart. It is being rearranged. There are chapters where things are not empty because you failed. They are empty because something old is no longer meant to fill the space. There are chapters where loneliness is not just grief for what is missing. It is also the environment where a new self quietly begins to form. And almost nobody recognizes that while it is happening, because becoming rarely feels cinematic in real time. It usually feels inconvenient, underwhelming, and emotionally confusing. You outgrow certain relationships, and the silence afterward feels like rejection before it feels like alignment. You stop performing old versions of yourself, and the emptiness that follows feels like loss before it feels like freedom. You begin needing more honesty, more depth, more peace, more substance. And suddenly, the things that used to distract you do not work the same way anymore. So now there is more space in your life, but because it is not filled yet, your brain treats it like something has gone wrong. That is such a human misunderstanding. We are so conditioned to measure the value of a season by how externally full it looks that we often miss the invisible work happening underneath. The recalibration, the emotional detox, the identity shifts, the quiet grief, the nervous system slowly learning new patterns, the heart getting less available for what once kept it busy but not fulfilled. That is not nothing. That is becoming. And yes, it can be lonely. Because there is a very specific kind of loneliness that appears when your old life no longer fits, but your new life has not fully arrived yet. It is the loneliness of transition, the ache of no longer belonging to certain patterns, people, or versions of yourself, while not yet feeling rooted in what comes next. That kind of loneliness can be deeply disorienting because it does not always come with visible tragedy. Sometimes nothing catastrophic happened. You are just changing, quietly, internally, in ways that have not become socially obvious yet, and that can make you feel almost invisible, even to yourself. Because growth is often not immediately affirming. Sometimes becoming a truer version of yourself actually makes life feel emptier for a while. You stop tolerating shallow connection. You stop reaching for noise that leaves you drained. You stop squeezing yourself into rooms where you can only belong by abandoning parts of who you are. And while that is deeply healthy, it can create a temporary increase in loneliness that feels, at first, like you made a mistake. You did not. You may simply be in the uncomfortable middle where old forms of belonging have fallen away and new ones have not fully found you yet. That middle is sacred, even if it feels brutal, because this is often where people start hearing themselves more clearly. This is where your preferences get less borrowed. Your boundaries get less theoretical. Your values stop being aspirational and start becoming lived. Your relationship with your own company changes. Your tolerance for what disconnects you begins to shrink. Your inner world becomes more inhabited. And none of that looks flashy from the outside. It just looks like a person spending a lot of nights alone, wondering if they are moving backward. But inwardly, something is being built. Sometimes loneliness strips away the fantasy that another person was going to come along and finally make you feel fully real. Sometimes it exposes how much of your identity was organized around being chosen, needed, or mirrored. Sometimes it reveals the places where you have been waiting for life to begin once someone else arrives. And while that realization can sting, it can also be profoundly liberating. Because once you see it, you start taking your own life back. You begin building routines that are not just placeholders until love comes. You begin creating meaning that does not depend on being witnessed. You begin becoming someone who is not emotionally paused between moments of external validation. That is not giving up on connection. That is becoming sturdy enough to receive it without disappearing inside it. And maybe that is one of the hidden gifts of lonely seasons. They force a kind of contact with yourself that crowded seasons can postpone indefinitely. They confront you with your habits, your fears, your emotional reflexes, your hunger, your tenderness, your patterns of escape, your relationship to stillness, your ability to comfort yourself without numbing out or begging the world to distract you from your own interior life. That is difficult work, but it is intimate work, and often it is foundational. The person you become in a lonely season is often the person who later knows how to love without losing themselves, who knows how to choose people from clarity instead of desperation, who knows how to sit in quiet without assuming something is wrong. Who knows how to build a life that feels inhabited from the inside, not just impressive from the outside. That kind of becoming is slow, it is mostly invisible, and it almost never feels glamorous. But it matters. So if you are in a chapter where life feels quieter than you expected, emptier than you wanted, and lonelier than you know how to explain, it may help to hold this possibility with a little more tenderness. This may not only be a season of missing, it may also be a season where your life is making room for a version of you that could not have emerged in constant noise. A version that is less performative, less dependent on crumbs, less willing to abandon itself for temporary belonging, more honest, more rooted, more whole. And if that is what is happening, then the loneliness is not the whole story. It is just the weather surrounding your becoming. The strange relief of realizing no one is judging you in this moment. One of the quietest forms of suffering is how often people feel watched when no one is actually watching them. It sounds irrational when you say it plainly, but so much of daily life is shaped by this invisible pressure. The pressure to be perceived correctly, to seem normal enough, interesting enough, emotionally balanced enough, attractive enough, successful enough, chill enough, deep enough, together enough. People spend entire days adjusting themselves for an audience that often is not even present anymore. And by the time night arrives, a lot of them are not just tired. They are socially haunted. They are still carrying the feeling of being observed. Not literally, maybe, but psychologically. They are replaying how they sounded earlier, how that text might have landed, whether they came off weird in that conversation, whether someone noticed they were quieter than usual, whether they said too much, whether they looked tired, whether they seemed needy, whether people are slowly collecting evidence that they are somehow not quite right. And the truly exhausting part is that most of this is happening in total silence, inside one person's mind, long after everyone else has moved on with their lives. That is the first thing worth saying out loud. Most people are not thinking about you nearly as much as your anxiety thinks they are. And weirdly, that can be one of the most comforting truths in the world. Because yes, on one level, it can sound disappointing. You mean to tell me everyone is not carefully tracking the details of my behavior? You mean to tell me my awkward pause at lunch did not become a permanent file in someone else's memory? You mean to tell me that thing I have replayed 16 times today probably barely registered for the other person, if at all? Exactly. And that is not because you are unimportant. It is because everyone is busy being the main character of their own internal weather. Most people are preoccupied with themselves in the same way you are preoccupied with yourself. They are monitoring how they came across, replaying their own tone, worrying about their own choices, interpreting their own silences, carrying their own little storms of self-consciousness around all day, which means the audience you fear is often just a crowd of people privately worrying about themselves. There is something almost funny about that once you really see it. A room full of humans all subtly trying not to be judged while secretly assuming everyone else is judging them. And then night comes. The room empties. The performance conditions disappear. And if you are alone, there is this strange opportunity that opens up. For a brief moment, you can remember that no one is evaluating you right now. No one is scoring your mood. No one is analyzing your body language. No one is ranking your desirability. No one is deciding whether your silence is charming or awkward. No one is keeping tabs on whether you are doing this evening correctly. You are not in front of a panel. You are just in a room. That sounds simple, but for a lot of nervous systems, it is deeply radical. Because some people have lived so long in emotional environments where they had to monitor themselves constantly that being unobserved does not initially feel peaceful. It feels unfamiliar. If you grew up around criticism, unpredictability, emotional volatility, or subtle social pressure, your brain may have learned that safety depends on self-management. Watch your tone. Watch your face. Watch your timing. Watch your needs. Watch how much space you take up. Watch whether people are pulling away. And when that becomes internalized, the watcher does not leave just because the people are gone. It moves inside. So now even in solitude, you can still feel judged. not necessarily by another person, but by an inner surveillance system that never quite powers down. You are alone, but still somehow performing. Still editing your feelings. Still wondering whether you are handling your own sadness in the right way. Still acting as though some invisible audience might burst in and rate how well you are coping. That is such an exhausting way to exist, and maybe this is why being alone at night can become unexpectedly healing when the panic softens enough. Because eventually, if you stay there long enough and stop fighting the quiet, you may start to notice something. Nothing is being demanded of you here. You do not have to be charming for this room. You do not have to explain yourself to this ceiling. You do not have to look okay for the dark. You do not have to make your emotions aesthetically pleasing. You do not have to package your humanity into something easier to approve of. There is no grade being given for how gracefully you carry your life after midnight. That realization can feel like oxygen, because beneath a lot of loneliness is not just sadness. It is relief mixed with sadness. Relief that for a little while, no one is reaching into your identity and asking it to become more digestible. Relief that there is no social test to pass tonight. Relief that your existence is not currently being filtered through anyone else's preferences, expectations, or misunderstandings. And that kind of relief can be deeply regulating. It allows the body to stop bracing. It allows the face to fall back into its natural expression. It allows the mind to loosen its grip on image management. It allows your inner life to become less curated and more honest. This is where something very soothing can begin to happen. You stop relating to yourself like a public project. You stop trying to be legible every second. You stop acting as though your worth is under review. And in that space, a quieter truth has room to surface. Maybe I do not need to be approved of in order to exist peacefully tonight. Maybe I do not need to optimize myself in private. Maybe I can just be a person in a room with a real body and a real mind, and let that be enough for this moment. That is not laziness. That is freedom. And no, it does not solve every ache. It does not magically remove longing. It does not make loneliness disappear if what you truly need is deeper connection. But it does offer something rare and valuable. A break from being perceived as a problem to manage. Because the truth is, many people are far more exhausted by self-consciousness than they are by solitude itself. What drains them is not only the absence of others. It is the constant anticipation of being misread, measured, or found lacking. So when they realize, even for a second, that no one is doing that right now, the nervous system gets to experience a very unusual form of rest. Not the rest of sleep, the rest of not being under review. And if you have spent enough of your life trying to survive other people's perceptions, that can feel almost holy. To sit in the dark and remember, no one is judging me in this moment. No one is asking me to explain who I am. No one is evaluating whether I am lovable enough tonight. No one is holding a clipboard to my existence. It is just me, and for now, that can be enough to unclench around. Why your nervous system often mistakes stillness for abandonment. There is a reason stillness can feel so much heavier than it should. For some people, a quiet room is just a quiet room. It is neutral, maybe even comforting. But for other people, stillness does not feel peaceful at all. It feels loaded. It feels like something is missing. Something is wrong. Something has gone cold in a way that is hard to explain. The silence is not just silence. It lands in the body like distance, like being left, like the world has stepped back from you in some subtle but painful way. And that can be deeply confusing, because logically, you may know nothing bad is happening. No one has necessarily rejected you. No disaster has occurred. You might simply be lying in bed, the house is calm, your phone is quiet, and yet your chest feels like it is bracing for loss. Your mind starts reaching for explanations. Maybe no one really thinks about me. Maybe I do not matter as much as I hoped. Maybe this is what my life is actually becoming. But what makes this so hard is that the body often reacts before the mind has any clue what is going on. That is the part most people miss. A lot of what we call loneliness is not just emotional. It is physiological. It is your nervous system interpreting the absence of stimulation, movement, noise, and contact through the lens of old experience. And if your body has ever learned that quiet usually comes before disconnection, tension, emotional withdrawal, or being left alone with feelings too big to hold, then stillness may not register as rest. It may register as danger. That does not mean you are dramatic. It does not mean you are too sensitive. It means your body is making a very old prediction. And the body is not always subtle when it predicts pain. It can make a completely ordinary evening feel emotionally loaded. It can make a peaceful night feel eerie. It can make a delayed text, an empty room, or a few hours without external reassurance feel much bigger than the actual moment deserves. Not because you are irrational, but because your system is not asking, what is happening right now, in a perfectly objective way. It is asking, what does this remind me of? That question runs so much of human life without people realizing it. Because if you grew up in an environment where connection felt unpredictable, where affection came and went, where someone's silence meant anger, distance, or emotional absence, then your body may have learned to associate quiet with risk. It may have learned that when things get still, you should start scanning. You should get ready. You should prepare for the possibility that something is about to disappear. And here is the strange part. Even if your adult life is much safer now, your nervous system does not automatically update itself just because your circumstances changed. That is why people can be in objectively calm environments and still feel internally abandoned. Their present may be quiet, but their body is remembering something older. This is why stillness can feel unbearable for people who look completely fine from the outside. They are not only reacting to the current moment, they are reacting to a whole history of what similar moments once meant. And because the body stores patterns more than it stores neat explanations, the reaction can show up long before the conscious insight does. You just know you suddenly feel hollow, restless, uneasy, emotionally exposed. You feel the urge to check your phone, turn something on, message someone, eat something, scroll, distract, stimulate, anything to break the silence before it turns into whatever your system is afraid it might become. That urge is not random. It is often your body trying to outrun the emotional meaning it has attached to stillness. And honestly, once you understand that, so much starts making more sense. You stop treating every lonely night like a moral failure or a sign that your life is secretly broken. You start realizing that sometimes what hurts is not simply being alone. It is the way your nervous system has learned to interpret aloneness. That distinction matters because it creates space between the moment and the story. Without that space, stillness gets translated instantly into something deeply personal. No one is here, so I must not matter. It is quiet, so I must have been forgotten. Nothing is happening, so something must be wrong with me. But those are not pure truths. They are interpretations layered on top of a body response that likely started much earlier than the thought itself. And if you have never looked at it that way, you can spend years believing your pain is proof of some flaw in you, when in reality it may just be a very understandable nervous system trying to protect you with outdated information. That protection can be incredibly persuasive. It can make urgency feel wise. It can make panic feel insightful. It can make you believe that if you do not immediately fix the silence, the loneliness will swallow you whole. But very often, what your system actually needs is not instant proof that you are wanted. It needs repeated experiences of quiet that do not end in emotional harm. That is how safety gets relearned. Not through forcing yourself to love solitude overnight. Not through pretending you do not need people. And not through shaming yourself every time stillness feels difficult. But through slowly teaching your body that this moment is not the same as every moment it is unconsciously comparing itself to. This room is not that room. This silence is not that silence. This night is not every night that once hurt you. That kind of internal differentiation is subtle, but it is powerful. It is how the body begins to loosen its grip on old equations. Quiet does not always mean something is wrong. No message does not always mean no one cares. A still evening does not automatically mean you have been emotionally abandoned by life. Sometimes it is just a still evening. And that sounds almost too simple, but for a person whose nervous system has been trained to read absence as danger, that simplicity can feel revolutionary. Because the goal is not to become someone who never feels lonely. The goal is to stop confusing every moment of stillness with evidence that love has left the building. That is a very different kind of healing. It is the slow realization that your body can feel alarm without the alarm being accurate. That your ache can be real without your interpretation being true. That a quiet night can activate old fear without actually confirming it. And maybe the most comforting part is this. If stillness feels painful to you, it does not automatically mean you are bad at being alone. It may simply mean your system has spent a long time trying to protect you from emptiness by making it feel urgent. And once you see that, the silence becomes a little less personal, a little less final, a little less like proof that you have been left behind. Because sometimes what feels like abandonment is actually just your body waiting to learn that peace can be quiet too. The soothing truth that not every empty space in life needs to be filled. One of the hardest things for people to accept is that emptiness is not always an emergency. That sounds simple, almost obvious, until you actually sit inside an empty space in your own life and feel what your mind does with it. Then suddenly it does not feel philosophical at all. It feels personal. It feels like something has gone missing that should not be missing. A quiet phone, an open evening, a relationship that never became what you hoped, a room with no one in it, a season where life feels less populated than you imagined it would. And before you even realize it, your whole system is leaning toward the same conclusion. Fill it. Fix it. Replace it. Solve it before the emptiness starts saying something about you. That reaction is so deeply human, and it also keeps a lot of people trapped, because not every space in life is supposed to be immediately occupied. Not every ache is a sign that you are behind. Not every absence is a mistake that needs correcting before you are allowed to feel okay again. Some spaces are not there because life forgot you. Some spaces are there because life is not meant to be wall-to-wall noise all the time. But most people have been trained to fear any gap that cannot be quickly explained. A free night becomes evidence of being unwanted. A pause between relationships becomes evidence of failure. A quiet season becomes evidence that everyone else is moving while you are standing still. A lack of constant contact becomes evidence that love has somehow gone thin around you. And once the mind starts interpreting empty space that way, it loses the ability to experience openness as anything but deficiency. Every gap becomes suspicious. Every pause starts feeling like a problem. Every room in your life that is not actively filled with stimulation, certainty, or companionship gets treated like a wound. That is exhausting. It also makes people incredibly vulnerable to filling their lives with things that were never actually right for them, just because those things temporarily made the emptiness stop echoing. That is how people stay in relationships that drain them. That is how they overattach to people who only offer partial care. That is how they clutter their schedules, their minds, their homes, their nervous systems. That is how they confuse movement with meaning and noise with nourishment. Because when you are afraid of emptiness, almost anything feels better than space, even if it costs you your peace. And maybe that is the first uncomfortable truth worth saying out loud. A lot of what people call connection is actually just panic about the void. It is not always love. It is not always alignment. Sometimes it is simply a person trying to make sure there is never enough silence for their deeper feelings to catch up with them. That is why empty spaces can feel so threatening. Not only because they expose what is missing, but because they remove your usual distractions from it. An unfilled evening can force you to notice that you are lonelier than you have admitted. A quiet season can reveal how much of your identity depended on being needed. An unfinished chapter can show you how uncomfortable you are when life is not giving you a clear storyline to hide inside. And none of that feels soothing at first. It feels raw. It feels underfurnished. It feels like standing in a room where the echo is louder than your usual coping strategies. But if you stay with it long enough, something interesting can happen. The emptiness starts changing shape. What first felt like lack can slowly begin to feel like room. Room to hear yourself more clearly. Room to stop forcing what does not fit. Room to notice what you actually want when no one is telling you what should matter. Room to let grief breathe without immediately covering it with a replacement. Room to become less crowded inside. That is where the real soothing truth lies. Not in pretending emptiness is always pleasant, because sometimes it absolutely is not, but in realizing that space itself is not the enemy. Some of the healthiest things in life require space to exist. Rest requires space. Clarity requires space. Discernment requires space. Healing requires space. Real desire requires space. A more honest relationship with yourself requires space. And yet people often rush to fill those spaces before they have had the chance to become anything useful. They meet every silence with noise, every uncertainty with overthinking, every lonely stretch with the first available distraction, which means they never fully discover what that emptiness may have been trying to make possible. Because sometimes an empty space is not there to torment you. Sometimes it is there to keep you from settling too quickly for what is easy but not true. That is a very different way of seeing it. The empty seat at your table might not only represent who is not there. It might also represent your refusal to keep making room for people who cannot meet you well. The quiet in your evenings might not only mean your life is lacking, it might also mean your nervous system is finally getting a break from constant emotional traffic. The gap between where you are and where you thought you would be might not only be disappointment, it might also be the exact stretch of life where something more honest is being built. That does not erase longing. It does not magically make every absence feel beautiful. It does not mean you should stop wanting love, friendship, closeness, or shared life. It just means wanting more does not require you to declare everything unfilled as broken. That is where so much unnecessary suffering comes from. People assume that if a space is empty, then peace has to wait until something arrives to occupy it. Another person, another milestone, another distraction, another certainty. But some of the deepest peace in adulthood comes from no longer treating every unoccupied part of your life like a crisis. That is maturity in a very quiet form. It is the ability to sit with a little incompleteness without immediately trying to medicate it with the wrong thing. It is the ability to let some questions remain open. It is the ability to say, "This part of my life is not full right now," but that does not mean it is ruined. It is the ability to trust that not all spaciousness is abandonment. And honestly, there is something deeply calming about that once it starts to settle into the body. Because then you stop trying to force every room in your life to look finished before it's time. You stop assuming every pause is a punishment. You stop crowding your world just to avoid hearing your own heart in it. And little by little, the emptiness becomes less humiliating, less accusatory, less like evidence against your worth. It becomes what it has perhaps been all along, a space. Not always comfortable, not always easy, but not automatically tragic either. And maybe that is one of the most soothing truths a lonely season can offer. Some things in your life feel empty, not because they are failing, but because they are still becoming. Some spaces are not waiting to be filled by just anyone or anything. Some spaces are sacred enough to remain open until what truly belongs there arrives, or until you discover that peace itself was allowed to live there too. How the night magnifies old wounds, and why they soften by morning. There are feelings that seem almost intelligent at night. That is part of what makes them so convincing. A wound that barely whispers during the day can suddenly sound like the voice of absolute truth after dark. Old heartbreak feels current again. Rejection feels fresh. Regret feels permanent. Things you thought you had mostly moved past can come back with this eerie authority, as if the night itself is exposing what you were too distracted to admit in daylight. And because it feels so emotionally clear in the moment, people often assume they are finally seeing things as they really are. But night has a way of making old pain look more final than it actually is. That is one of the strangest and most important things to understand if you have ever been ambushed by your own history in bed. The thoughts do not just get sadder. They get heavier, more believable, more absolute. A memory is no longer just a memory. It becomes proof. A wound is no longer just something you carry. It becomes your whole identity for a few hours. And loneliness does not just feel present. It starts feeling ancestral, like every hurt you have ever known has quietly gathered at the edge of the bed and decided tonight is the night to remind you. That experience can feel so personal that people immediately start interpreting it as revelation. They think, if this still hurts this much, maybe I never healed. If this old rejection still has access to me, maybe it means I am still trapped in it. If I can still feel this abandoned, maybe I have not grown nearly as much as I thought. But that is not always what is happening. A lot of the intensity is not just emotional truth. It is timing. Night changes the conditions under which your mind and body experience pain, and those conditions matter more than most people realize. By the time you get into bed, your defenses are lower. Your energy is lower. Your distractions are gone. The external world is no longer competing for your attention, so whatever has been sitting unresolved in the background has a much easier path to the center of your awareness. Add tiredness on top of that, and your brain becomes significantly worse at perspective while becoming significantly better at threat. That combination is brutal, because once your system is tired, your mind does not interpret old wounds neutrally. It tends to revisit them through a more emotionally dramatic lens. The same memory that would feel manageable in the afternoon can feel devastating at 1 in the morning. The same unresolved ache that normally sits quietly in the background can suddenly feel like the defining truth of your entire life. This is part of why nighttime pain can be so deceptive. It is real, but it is not always proportionate. And if you do not know that, it is very easy to start building your identity around what hurts most when you are least resourced. You begin treating the nighttime version of your pain like the most honest version. You assume that because it feels strongest then, it must also be deepest then, but emotional intensity and emotional accuracy are not the same thing. That distinction can save people a lot of suffering. Because when old wounds flare up at night, what is often happening is not regression. It is exposure without regulation. The feelings were already in you somewhere. The night just removes enough noise that they become harder to avoid, and your tired system has fewer tools available to hold them gently. And old wounds love low light. They love unstructured time, physical stillness, emotional fatigue, and silence, because those are the exact conditions where your usual coping layers thin out. You are no longer buffered by errands or conversations or sunlight or tasks. You are just there with yourself, and whatever parts of your history still feel unfinished can suddenly become much louder than they are in daylight. That does not mean you are failing. It means your pain has found an open microphone, and if you have ever had the experience of feeling emotionally wrecked at night, then waking up the next morning and thinking, why does that feel strangely smaller now? You are not imagining that either. Morning really can soften things. Not because your wounds vanish overnight, but because your system changes again. Light returns. Cortisol rises naturally in a healthy wake cycle, which helps your body mobilize. Your brain gets access to context and orientation again. The world starts moving. You re-enter time, structure, sequence, perspective. You are no longer trapped in the floating timelessness of midnight, where every emotion can start feeling eternal. That is one of the cruelest illusions of nighttime pain. It makes temporary feelings feel permanent. Morning interrupts that illusion. It does not always heal the wound, but it often shrinks the shadow it was casting, and there is something deeply comforting in knowing that. Not because it makes the pain fake, but because it reminds you that not every emotional storm deserves immediate belief just because it arrived with force. Some feelings need to be felt, yes, but they do not all need to be obeyed, interpreted, or turned into life conclusions at 2 in the morning. That is such an important form of emotional maturity. To know that you can be hurting and still wait. To know that a wound can be active without being all-powerful. To know that what feels unbearably true tonight may look very different after sleep, light, food, movement, and a nervous system that is not running on fumes. that is not denial, that is wisdom. Because the nighttime version of you is not always wrong, but it is often more vulnerable to exaggeration. It tends to flatten your whole life into whatever hurts most in that moment. It forgets all the evidence of resilience. It loses access to nuance. It starts speaking in forever language. Always. Never. No one. Nothing. Every old wound becomes a prophecy. Every ache becomes a sentence. And that is exactly why the mourning matters. Mourning does not always fix the wound, but it often returns scale. It reminds you that pain can be loud without being the whole story. That an old memory can sting without defining your future. That the parts of you which feel shattered at night are often less shattered than they seem once the world becomes visible again. And maybe the most soothing truth in all of this is not that your old wounds should not show up. They probably will, sometimes, especially when life is quiet, especially when you are tired, especially when your heart is already a little open. The soothing truth is that their nighttime size is not always their true size. Sometimes they are being lit from below by darkness, fatigue, and old fear. Sometimes they are standing closer to you than they really are. Sometimes they only look that enormous because it is midnight and your soul has no shadows to hide in. And by morning, they soften, not because they were never real, but because you return to a version of yourself that can hold them without turning them into the whole sky. Why you are still connected to the world, even when no one is texting back. There is a very specific kind of emptiness that can creep in when your phone stays quiet for too long, not because you are obsessed with attention, not because you are shallow, but because modern life has trained so many people to use immediate responsiveness as emotional proof. If someone replies, you exist in their world right now. If the typing bubble appears, there is still contact, still relevance, still some visible thread connecting you to other people. And when that thread goes dark, it can trigger something much bigger than a simple inconvenience. Suddenly the silence does not just feel like silence. It starts feeling like social disappearance. That is why an unanswered message can hit so much harder than logic says it should. It is rarely only about the message itself. It is about what the nervous system starts making it mean. Maybe I am not on anyone's mind. Maybe I always care more. Maybe I am easier to enjoy than to keep. Maybe the world is moving around me, and I am somehow not inside of it anymore. That spiral is incredibly common because phones have become emotional mirrors for people in ways we do not talk about enough. A glowing screen now often stands in for closeness, inclusion, reassurance, belonging. So when the screen goes cold, the mind can mistake that for something far more existential. It can start acting as if no response means no relationship, no activity means no love, no digital movement means no real connection to life itself. But that is one of the most misleading equations loneliness creates. Because a quiet phone is not the same thing as a disconnected life. It just does not feel that way in the moment. And maybe the first soothing truth here is this. Human connection is much larger than visible interaction. Much larger than timing. Much larger than whether anyone is currently available to mirror your existence back to you in the exact format your anxiety prefers. You are still part of the world when no one is replying. You are still woven into things when no one is actively pinging your nervous system with proof. That is hard to believe if your body has learned to equate responsiveness with safety. But it is still true. A person not texting back right now does not erase the people who care about you. It does not erase the places you belong. It does not erase the ways your life touches other lives, even when there is no immediate evidence flashing on a screen. The problem is that digital silence can feel unnaturally final. It creates this weird vacuum where your brain has no body language, no tone, no context, no real-world cues to soften the gap. Just blankness. And the human mind is terrible at leaving blankness alone. It wants to interpret. It wants to complete the picture. It wants to explain why the signal disappeared. So if your heart is already a little tender, your brain will often fill that silence with whatever fear has the easiest access to you. Maybe they are bored of me. Maybe I said too much. Maybe I matter less than I thought. Maybe everyone has someone closer. And because there is no immediate counter-evidence, those thoughts can start sounding suspiciously wise. But again, what feels emotionally convincing is not always what is true. Sometimes people are busy. Sometimes they are overwhelmed. Sometimes they are resting, driving, dissociating, working, forgetting, surviving, recharging, or simply existing outside the tiny window of responsiveness your loneliness is demanding in that moment. And yes, sometimes people are inconsistent. Sometimes they are avoidant. Sometimes they do let you feel more alone than you should. That part is real too. But even then, their silence is not a complete map of your place in the world. That is the distinction that matters most. Because if you let your sense of connectedness rise and fall entirely on who is available in real time, then your belonging will always feel fragile. It will always be one delayed response away from collapse, one empty evening away from existential panic, one unread message away from self-doubt. That is such a brutal system to live inside, and it is not actually how connection works at its deepest level. You are connected in ways that are slower than texting. You are connected in ways that do not always announce themselves. You are connected through memory, through care, through shared history, through mutual influence, through the fact that your life has already entered other people's inner worlds in ways you may never fully get to measure. There are people who carry pieces of you without telling you often enough. There are conversations you had that still live in someone else. There are versions of people that were softened, steadied, encouraged, or changed because you existed near them. There are spaces where your presence has left an imprint even if your phone is silent tonight. That is not sentimental. It is just how human lives work. We are constantly affecting one another in ways that are too subtle to count. And if you are someone who only feels connected when you can see the proof in front of you, you will miss a lot of the deeper fabric that actually holds life together. Not because you are needy, but because anxiety prefers what is measurable. It wants the reply, the signal, the immediate reassurance. It wants belonging to arrive in a form that can be checked, refreshed, and confirmed. But real belonging is often quieter than that. It lives in routines, memory, community, familiarity, shared language, the feeling of being part of a human world, even when no one is actively talking to you this second. It lives in the barista who recognizes your order, the tree outside your window that keeps returning every season, the friend who would pick up if it really mattered, the song that reminds you that other people have felt this exact ache and survived it. It lives in all the invisible ways your life is already entangled with life beyond you. And maybe that is what loneliness struggles to admit. You do not stop belonging just because there is no immediate response. The world is not only made of incoming messages. Connection is not only made of visible attention. Love is not only what arrives on demand. Sometimes the quiet phone is just a quiet phone. And maybe what your heart needs in those moments is not to deny the sting, but to stop using one blank screen as the final judge of whether you are still held somewhere in the human story. Because you are. Even now. Even tonight. Even in this silence. You are still in the web of things. Still reachable in ways deeper than the app in your hand. Still part of a world that has touched you and been touched by you in return. And no unanswered message gets to take that away. The deep human truth that everyone disappears into private loneliness sometimes. One of the loneliest feelings in the world is the belief that your loneliness is somehow uniquely yours. That what you feel at night is different from everyone else's pain, because yours seems harder to explain, harder to share, and somehow more embarrassing to admit. A lot of people can talk about being stressed, overwhelmed, busy, tired, even anxious. But loneliness still carries this strange private shame, especially when your life does not obviously look empty from the outside. So people keep it to themselves. They go through entire days sounding normal, useful, funny, responsive, maybe even warm and socially functional, and then the night comes and they quietly disappear into themselves in a way almost no one around them fully sees. That is why loneliness can feel so isolating even beyond the feeling itself. It is not just that you hurt. It is that the hurt can make you feel like you have somehow fallen out of the visible human experience. Like everyone else is living in the main current of life, and you are off to the side carrying some hidden ache no one would understand if you actually named it honestly. And because loneliness often arrives in silence, with no dramatic event attached to it, people tend to assume it must mean something deeply personal. They think if I feel this disconnected, this emotionally unheld, this quietly removed from the world, then maybe there is something fundamentally different about me. But there is a much softer truth underneath that fear, and it matters more than most people realize. Everyone disappears into private loneliness sometimes. Not just people who are isolated. Not just people who are obviously heartbroken or socially excluded. Almost everyone. The people you think are emotionally secure. The people with partners. The people with active group chats. The people who seem socially effortless. The people who look deeply loved. The people who make everyone else feel comfortable. So many human beings are carrying forms of loneliness that are almost completely invisible from the outside, because loneliness is not always a lack of people. Very often it is a lack of feeling fully met inside your own life. That is why it can happen in crowded houses, in relationships, at dinner tables, in successful careers, in family systems, in cities full of noise and endless contact. A person can laugh all evening, answer messages all day, be surrounded by attention, and still go to bed feeling strangely untouched by life. And if they have no language for that, they often assume they are the only one failing to feel connected in a world that seems so available on the surface. But what they are feeling is not rare. It is one of the most quietly shared human experiences there is. The problem is that most loneliness happens in private, so people compare their hidden interior to everyone else's visible exterior, and that is a losing game every time. You see their photos, their plans, their conversations, their social presence, their relationship status, their surface momentum. You do not see the nights they feel emotionally far away from everyone they know. You do not see the moments they sit with their own sadness and cannot explain why they still feel hollow after a full day of interaction. You do not see the parts of them that feel unseen even by people who love them. So of course your loneliness starts to feel abnormal. You are comparing your most unguarded reality to everyone else's edited evidence of belonging. And the human mind is so quick to personalize that difference. It turns hidden loneliness into self-judgment almost instantly. If I still feel this way, maybe I am too difficult to reach. Maybe I am not built for closeness the way other people are. Maybe everyone else found the emotional instructions for being a person, and I somehow missed them. That is such a painful conclusion, and it is also what loneliness tends to do when it is left alone too long. It does not just make you feel disconnected. It starts trying to explain why. And if you are already vulnerable, the explanation often lands on your worth. But the deeper truth is usually much less cruel. Human beings are not designed to feel fully connected all the time. We are porous, cyclical creatures. We move in and out of contact with ourselves, with each other, with meaning, with belonging. There are stretches where life feels vivid and relational and full, and there are stretches where even love can feel strangely far away. That fluctuation is not always a sign that something has gone wrong. Sometimes it is simply part of being conscious, emotional, and alive in a world where not every need gets met at the exact moment it appears. There is actually something relieving about realizing how universal this is, because it removes some of the unnecessary shame. It means that the nights when you feel emotionally distant from the world are not necessarily evidence that you have fallen outside of it. They may be evidence that you are having a very human experience that other people are simply better at hiding. And honestly, most people are hiding it. Not because they are fake, but because loneliness is difficult to package into casual conversation. It is hard to say I do not just want company, I want to feel deeply reached. It is hard to say I am around people, but I still feel inwardly untouched. It is hard to say I am functioning, but some part of me still goes quiet in a way I cannot explain. So people do what people do. They keep moving. They keep answering. They keep showing up. They keep looking mostly fine. And every once in a while, when the day empties out and the performance drops away, they disappear into that private loneliness for a bit and wait for it to pass. Some nights it does. Some nights it lingers. But almost everyone knows that place in some form, whether they have the language for it or not. And maybe that is the most comforting part. Loneliness can make you feel exiled from the human experience. But in reality, it is often one of the things that most deeply proves you are inside it. Not because suffering is beautiful, and not because pain should be romanticized, but because the H to be known, held, understood, mirrored, chosen, and emotionally close to life is one of the most universal aches a person can carry. It means your heart is participating in the same ancient longing that has lived in people for generations. The longing to belong somewhere real, the longing to feel less separate, the longing to know that your inner life is not happening in total isolation. And the truth is, it probably is not, even if it feels that way tonight, even if no one is currently naming your exact experience back to you, even if the room is quiet and your thoughts are trying to convince you that no one else could possibly understand this particular shade of loneliness. Someone, somewhere, has felt a version of this too. Not the exact details of your life, maybe, but the same quiet ache, the same late-night emotional distance, the same strange sadness that arrives when the world goes still. You are not standing outside the human circle when that feeling comes. You are standing in one of the oldest parts of it. How solitude can quietly rebuild parts of you that company cannot reach. There are parts of a person that do not get rebuilt in company. That is a difficult truth to accept when what you want most is closeness, because it can feel almost offensive to hear that solitude might be doing something useful when all you can feel is the ache of what is missing. But some repair only happens in the quiet. Some strengthening only happens when no one is around to distract you from yourself. And some of the most important parts of who you become later are shaped in the exact seasons that felt the emptiest while you were living through them. A lot of people assume healing should feel relational all the time. They imagine growth as something that arrives through love, conversation, support, intimacy, and being deeply seen by others. And yes, those things matter enormously. Human beings absolutely need connection. But there are certain internal fractures that company cannot actually reach, no matter how loving the company is. Not because people do not care, but because some wounds are woven into your private relationship with yourself, and no one else can fully do that work for you. That is where solitude becomes more than absence. It becomes a kind of workshop, not always a pleasant one, not always peaceful, but often deeply clarifying. Because when you are alone long enough, especially at night, there are fewer places to hide from the quieter truths of your own life. You start seeing what your mind reaches for when no one is there to regulate you. You notice what kind of discomfort you try to outrun. You notice how quickly you abandon yourself when no one is actively affirming you. You notice the stories you tell when external validation disappears. You notice whether your own company feels like home, like tension, like emptiness, like relief, like a stranger's house you are still learning how to live inside. And none of that is glamorous, but it is intimate in a way that constant company can easily interrupt. Because other people, even loving people, can sometimes accidentally keep you from meeting yourself fully. They can buffer your discomfort before you understand it. They can soothe your insecurity before you have learned to name it. They can fill your evenings, mirror your worth, organize your emotional weather, and make life feel livable enough that you never have to really examine what collapses inside you when all of that goes away. That is not a criticism of connection. It is just the truth. Company can comfort you, but solitude often reveals you, and revelation, while uncomfortable, is often where rebuilding begins. A person does not always realize how dependent they have become on being externally mirrored until they spend enough quiet nights with no one reflecting them back. At first, that can feel brutal. Without someone to text, someone to impress, someone to explain yourself to, someone to reassure you, it can feel like your sense of self gets weirdly blurry. You start noticing how much of your emotional stability has been outsourced, how often you rely on other people to help you feel real, lovable, interesting, grounded, chosen. Okay, that realization can sting, but it is also where something stronger begins to form. Because once you see the places where your identity has become too externally held, solitude gives you the chance to slowly build internal structure where there used to be dependency, panic, or collapse. You begin learning what steadiness feels like when it is not constantly handed to you from the outside. You begin practicing emotional continuity in the absence of immediate reassurance. You begin discovering whether you can stay with yourself through boredom, sadness, uncertainty, tenderness, longing, all the private weather that usually gets interrupted by noise. That is not just coping, that is reconstruction. And it matters because the self you build in solitude is often less performative than the self you maintain in company. When no one is there, you stop getting points for seeming fine. You stop organizing your emotional life around how it will look or sound or land. You stop curating your reactions. You stop trying to package your humanity into something easier to approve of. You are just left with the unedited material, your actual thoughts, your actual rhythms, your actual wounds, your actual desires when there is no audience around to influence them. That is where a different kind of strength can quietly start to grow. Not the loud strength people usually celebrate. Not confidence in the shiny, social sense. Something slower, more private, more rooted. The kind of strength that comes from realizing you can survive your own interior without always needing to escape it. The kind that comes from staying present through your own discomfort long enough to see that it moves, shifts, softens, and changes shape without always needing someone else to rescue you from it. That changes a person. Because once you learn that your inner world does not have to be feared every time it gets quiet, you become less easy to destabilize. You stop needing every empty evening to be filled immediately. You stop treating every lonely feeling like a crisis. You stop handing all your emotional authority to whoever happens to be available that week. You begin carrying more of your own center. And that does not make you closed off. If anything, it can make you more capable of real connection later. Because the people who have spent time learning themselves in solitude often love differently. They are less likely to confuse attention with intimacy, less likely to cling to half-hearted connection just because it keeps the silence away, less likely to disappear inside another person just to avoid meeting the parts of themselves that still feel unfinished. They begin choosing from a clearer place. They begin relating from self-contact instead of self-abandonment. That is one of the quiet gifts of being alone long enough to hear your own life more clearly. And yes, there are things only company can heal too. There are wounds that absolutely need safe people, mutual care, co-regulation, witness and love. Solitude is not a replacement for that. But it can prepare you for it in a way that constant distraction never could. It can rebuild the parts of you that need to know you are still whole when no one is in the room. It can strengthen the bridge between your pain and your presence. It can teach your nervous system that emptiness is not always danger and silence is not always rejection. Over time, that creates a very specific kind of peace. Not the peace of never needing anyone. Not the peace of pretending you do not long for closeness. But the peace of knowing your life does not completely collapse in the spaces where no one is actively holding it together for you. That is sacred in a way people often underestimate. Because if company is the place where you are loved, solitude can become the place where you learn not to abandon yourself while waiting for that love to arrive. And some of the strongest, softest, most deeply rooted parts of who you become are often built right there in the quiet, where no one else could have reached them for you. Why the version of you who feels forgotten tonight is not the full story. There is a version of you that tends to show up at night. And if you are not careful, you start mistaking that version for the whole truth. It is the one who feels farther from everyone, the one who suddenly becomes convinced that other people have moved on emotionally in ways you somehow have not. The one who starts reading silence as proof, distance as rejection, and quiet as a kind of social disappearance. It is the version of you who lies there and starts quietly building a case against your own significance. No one reached out today the way I hoped. No one seems to really know where my heart is right now. Maybe I matter less than I thought. Maybe people only remember me when I am useful, available, easy, entertaining, or emotionally convenient. That version of you can sound incredibly convincing because it often arrives when your defenses are down and the world has gone quiet enough for every insecurity to echo. And when it speaks, it rarely sounds dramatic. It sounds observant. It sounds like you are finally admitting what has been true all along. That is what makes it dangerous. It does not present itself as a temporary emotional state. It presents itself as insight. But the nighttime version of you is not always the most accurate version of you. It is often just the least buffered one. That distinction matters more than most people realize, because a person can feel forgotten without actually being forgotten. They can feel emotionally invisible without that feeling being a complete map of reality. They can have a night where the absence of immediate proof makes love seem far away, even while they are still held in ways their current mood cannot easily access. That is one of the cruelest things about loneliness. It does not just hurt. It narrows your field of vision. It takes the full complexity of your life and reduces it to whatever evidence of connection is most visible in this exact moment. If your phone is quiet, then your world must be quiet. If no one is checking in right now, then no one must be thinking of you. If tonight feels empty, then maybe your place in people's lives has been overstated all along. That is how loneliness talks when it is trying to become a worldview. And if you are tired, sensitive, already carrying old wounds, or simply lying in bed with too much silence around you, it can become very easy to believe that worldview is wisdom. But it is not the full story, because the full story includes things your lonely mind is not good at counting. It includes the people who care in imperfect, inconsistent, very human ways. It includes the relationships that are real even when they are not currently active. It includes the fact that not being contacted in this exact hour is not the same thing as being emotionally erased. It includes the possibility that your worth has not changed simply because your need for reassurance got louder tonight. That last part matters a lot. Sometimes the version of you who feels forgotten is not responding only to the present. Sometimes that version is older than tonight. Sometimes it is carrying every moment where being unseen hurt more than you could explain. Every time affection felt inconsistent. Every time you were not chosen clearly. Every time your tenderness met someone else's distraction, avoidance, or inability to hold you the way you needed. And because those experiences leave impressions, the body can become very quick to interpret present quiet through the lens of past pain. So now a normal night starts feeling loaded. An ordinary silence starts feeling personal. A few missing signals start waking up an entire archive of old emotional conclusions. That does not mean your reaction is silly. It means your system is telling a bigger story than the current moment actually contains. And this is why people can have one lonely night and suddenly start questioning everything. Their friendships, their desirability, their relevance, their future, their emotional place in the world. It is never just about tonight. Tonight becomes a screen onto which every old fear gets projected. And because there are fewer distractions after dark, the image can feel massive. But the version of you who feels forgotten tonight is still only one version. It is not the version of you that people have loved deeply. It is not the version of you that has made others feel seen, safe, and less alone. It is not the version of you that exists in memories, conversations, rituals, shared history, and all the subtle places where your life has already touched other lives. It is not the version of you that feels steadier in daylight, more grounded after rest, more whole when your nervous system is not trying to turn absence into a verdict. And maybe that is the most important thing to remember. Emotional states are not biographies. Just because you feel temporarily forgettable does not mean your life has become forgettable. Just because your need for contact is louder tonight does not mean you are unloved. Just because no one is mirroring your importance back to you in real time does not mean your importance disappeared. A lot of people suffer because they keep asking a lonely version of themselves to narrate the whole story. And that version is simply not qualified to do it fairly. It is too close to the ache, too filtered by fear, too hungry for immediate evidence, too vulnerable to old meanings. That version deserves compassion, yes. It deserves gentleness. It deserves to be listened to in the sense that its pain is real and should not be mocked or dismissed. But it does not deserve complete authority over your identity. It does not get to decide, on the basis of one quiet night, what your place in the world really is. That is too much power to hand to a moment of emotional weather. Because there are so many parts of your life that exist beyond what tonight can measure. There are forms of care that are not currently visible. There are relationships that do not disappear just because they are not actively performing themselves. There are dimensions of your value that have nothing to do with whether anyone happened to say the right thing at the right time today. And maybe what softens the night is not trying to force yourself into fake optimism. Maybe it is simply remembering that the version of you who feels forgotten is real, but partial. Tender, but partial. Honest about pain, but still partial. Not a liar, just not the whole witness. And when you understand that, something subtle begins to loosen. You stop treating every lonely thought like a final conclusion. You stop assuming every empty feeling is a complete diagnosis of your life. You begin leaving room for the possibility that your heart is seeing only one small, wounded corner of the picture right now, and the rest of the picture still exists, even if tonight's version of you cannot fully feel it yet. The healing thought that you do not need to be witnessed to be real. One of the quietest ways people suffer is by unconsciously waiting to be seen before they allow themselves to feel real, not in some dramatic, obvious way. Usually it happens much more subtly than that. You go through the day half existing to yourself and half existing through reflection. Through other people's reactions, responses, attention, warmth, interest, concern, affection, and acknowledgement. You feel more solid when someone texts back, more visible when someone asks how you are, more grounded when another person notices your effort, your sadness, your humor, your presence. And without realizing it, your nervous system starts building a very fragile equation. If I am being witnessed, I exist more fully. If no one is noticing me, maybe I start fading at the edges. That equation can become especially painful at night, because nighttime strips away a lot of the social mirrors people unconsciously rely on. The room gets quiet. The world stops giving as much feedback. There are no little confirmations arriving every few minutes to remind you that you are still in motion inside someone else's awareness. And for a lot of people, that silence does not just feel quiet. It feels strangely unreal, like their life becomes less vivid when no one is actively reflecting it back to them. That feeling can be so unsettling that people immediately try to solve it. They reach for the phone. They check if anyone has replied. They put on noise. They search for some external sign that says, yes, you are still here, still connected, still emotionally visible to the world. And if that sign does not come, the loneliness can deepen very quickly, because now it is no longer only about wanting company. It is about wanting proof that your existence still has shape when no one is looking directly at it. That is such a human ache, and it usually has deeper roots than people realize. A lot of us learn very early that being witnessed is tied to safety value and emotional reality. When someone notices your feelings and responds with care, your system learns that your inner life matters. When someone consistently sees you clearly, it becomes easier to trust your own experience. But if your emotions were ignored, minimized, misread, or only acknowledged when they were convenient for others, then you may have quietly developed the habit of looking outside yourself for confirmation that what you feel, need, and are is legitimate. That habit can follow people for years. It can make them unusually sensitive to silence. It can make them feel strangely hollow in solitude. It can make a quiet evening feel like emotional disappearance instead of simple aloneness. Because if your sense of reality has been built around external recognition, then being unwitnessed can start to feel like being less real. But here is the healing thought that changes the whole atmosphere of that experience. Your existence does not become more legitimate when someone notices it. You do not become more real because another person is currently aware of you. Their attention may soothe you. Their presence may comfort you. Their love may deeply matter. But none of those things are what create your reality. They only reflect it, and that is a huge difference, because reflection is beautiful, but it is not the source. The source is still you. Your aliveness, your interiority, your private experience, your thoughts that no one hears, your tears that no one catches, your tenderness that exists before anyone validates it, your longing that still matters even if it remains unspoken tonight. All of that is real whether or not another person is currently witnessing it. And if you have spent enough of your life unconsciously asking the world to certify your existence before you can relax into it, that realization can feel both painful and freeing. Painful because it exposes how dependent your nervous system may have become on being mirrored. Freeing because it means your reality is not actually hanging by the thread of someone else's availability. You do not disappear in private. You do not become less significant in silence. You do not become emotionally fictional just because no one is currently narrating your life back to you. That is what loneliness often forgets. It wants to make stillness feel like erasure. It wants to make unwitnessed moments feel like evidence that your life is somehow not landing anywhere. It wants to convince you that if your pain, joy, effort, or tenderness is not being actively observed, then it does not fully count. But some of the most sacred parts of being human happen with no audience at all. The way you keep going on days no one applauds. The way you sit with yourself when the room is empty. The way you survive private thoughts no one else has access to. The way you carry love for people who are not there. The way you soften toward yourself in tiny invisible moments. The way you choose not to abandon your own heart even when no one is around to reward that choice. Those moments are not secondary. They are not lesser because they are unwitnessed. They are often the deepest evidence that your life is real in the most intimate sense. And maybe that is what makes solitude so confronting for some people. It asks a very quiet but very profound question. Can I still feel real when no one is currently affirming me? Can I still inhabit my own life when there is no mirror in front of me? Can I trust that my inner world has weight even when it is not being echoed back? That is not an easy question, but learning to answer it changes something fundamental. Because when you stop needing constant reflection in order to feel solid, your relationship with loneliness begins to shift. You still want people. You still need connection. You still ache for closeness in all the normal human ways. But you are no longer entirely at the mercy of whether another person is available to confirm your existence on a given night. There is more continuity in you, more self-contact, more ability to remain emotionally present inside your own life even when it is quiet. That kind of stability is deeply healing. Not because it makes you invulnerable, not because it means solitude never hurts again, but because it gives you something the world cannot always provide on demand, a way to remain with yourself without disappearing. And honestly, that might be one of the softest, most life-changing truths a lonely night can offer. You do not need an audience to justify your aliveness. You do not need immediate reflection to prove your worth. You do not need to be watched, answered, chosen, or visibly held in every moment for your existence to carry meaning. You were real before anyone noticed. You are real in the silence. You are real here too, even now, in this quiet room, with no witness except your own breathing and the simple fact that your life is still happening from the inside. Why loneliness often appears when you are finally safe enough to feel. One of the most confusing things about loneliness is that it does not always hit when life is at its worst. Sometimes it shows up when things are finally calm enough for you to hear yourself again. And that can be incredibly disorienting, because most people assume painful feelings should only surface when something is actively going wrong. So when loneliness appears in a quiet season, or after a stressful chapter has passed, or in a moment where nothing dramatic is actually happening, the mind immediately starts misreading it. It thinks, if I feel this bad now, then maybe I am more broken than I realized. Maybe I should be grateful. Maybe I should be doing better than this. Maybe the fact that I am lonely tonight means there is something deeply wrong underneath everything. But very often, what is actually happening is much gentler and much more human. You are finally safe enough to feel what your body did not have room to process before. That is such an important shift in understanding, because a lot of people have spent years functioning inside survival mode without realizing it. When life is intense, uncertain, overstimulating, emotionally demanding, or simply too full of things you have to manage, the nervous system gets very efficient at postponing certain feelings. Not because those feelings disappear, but because your body is prioritizing getting through the day. If you are focused on handling work, conflict, heartbreak, family stress, emotional unpredictability, social pressure, or just the constant low-level strain of modern life, your system often does not ask, "What am I deeply feeling right now?" It asks, "What do I need to do to keep moving?" And that mode can last for a very long time. People can go months, sometimes years, being productive, responsive, useful, funny, competent, outwardly okay, while carrying emotions that have not fully landed in conscious awareness yet. Then life softens a little. The chaos lowers. The pressure eases. The house gets quiet. The relationship stabilizes or ends. The hard season passes. The body finally gets a little more space. And suddenly, instead of relief, you feel sadness, or loneliness, or this strange emotional heaviness that seems to arrive out of nowhere. But it is not actually out of nowhere. It is often what was waiting underneath everything. That is why loneliness can feel so much stronger at night or in peaceful moments. Not because calm causes pain, but because calm removes enough noise for the buried material to rise. The body is incredibly intelligent that way. It often does not fully release what it has been carrying until there is at least some sense that the immediate threat has passed. This is why people sometimes fall apart after the deadline, after the breakup, after the move, after the crisis, after the guests leave, after the stress finally lets up. The nervous system says, okay, maybe now we can feel what we could not afford to feel while we were busy surviving. And if one of those postponed feelings is loneliness, it can be especially confusing because it may not match your current circumstances in a neat way. You may technically have people in your life. You may not be in obvious distress. You may even be in one of the more stable periods you have had in a while. But stability does not automatically erase what was emotionally deferred. In fact, stability is often what allows deferred pain to finally become conscious. That does not mean you are getting worse. It may actually mean your system is no longer working quite so hard to keep everything numb. There is something deeply important in that, because many people accidentally punish themselves for the very feelings that indicate healing has begun. They interpret the surfacing of loneliness as proof of dysfunction, when sometimes it is evidence that the body is no longer in full emergency mode. If your loneliness gets louder once life becomes quieter, that may not be a sign of failure. It may be a sign that your internal world is finally becoming audible. And yes, that can feel awful at first, because if you are used to being in motion, being needed, being stimulated, being distracted, or being too overwhelmed to stop, then suddenly feeling your own unmet need can hit hard. It can make you realize how long you have gone without feeling deeply held. It can expose the emotional hunger that business kept temporarily sedated. It can reveal that beneath all your functioning, there is still a part of you that has been waiting to be comforted, seen, reached, or emotionally accompanied in ways that never quite happened. That is painful, but it is also honest. And honesty is often the beginning of real repair, because once loneliness is actually felt instead of just avoided, something changes. You stop treating it only as an inconvenience to escape and start recognizing it as information. Not information that says you are defective or doomed, but information about what your inner world has been carrying quietly for a long time. Maybe you have been more emotionally isolated than you admitted. Maybe you have been performing strength for so long that your softer needs never got enough air. Maybe you have been surrounded by contact, but starved of depth. Maybe you have been so focused on staying functional that you never really asked whether your heart felt accompanied inside your own life. Those are not small questions, and the reason they often emerge in safer moments is because safety creates enough spaciousness for truth to come up without immediately being crushed by urgency. That is why some people only discover the full shape of their loneliness once they are no longer in the middle of constant crisis. The pain was already there. The silence just finally gave it a place to speak. There is actually something strangely hopeful about that, even if it does not feel hopeful in the moment. Because if loneliness is surfacing now, it means you are not completely shut down. It means some part of you still wants contact, still wants depth, still wants a more emotionally inhabited life. That ache is not pleasant, but it is alive. It means your heart has not given up. It means there is still something in you that believes closeness matters enough to miss. And maybe that is the softer way to hold it, not as a sign that peace has failed you, but as a sign that peace is finally making room for what pain had to wait its turn to say. So if loneliness appears in moments when life is finally a little quieter, a little safer, a little less chaotic, that does not automatically mean something is wrong with your healing. It may mean your healing has created enough space for the deeper feelings to stop hiding. And painful as that can be, it is often the beginning of a more honest relationship with yourself, one where you no longer have to stay constantly distracted in order to keep your own heart from becoming visible. The comforting mystery of how life can change without warning, loneliness has a very convincing way of making the present feel permanent. That is one of the hardest parts of it, especially at night when the mind becomes unusually persuasive and starts turning temporary emotional weather into what feels like a life sentence. A quiet room can begin to feel like evidence. An empty season can begin to feel like identity. A few painful nights in a row can start convincing you that this is simply what your life is now, that maybe this ache is no longer passing through you, but settling into you, becoming part of the emotional architecture of your future. And once that thought lands deeply enough, hope starts feeling less like comfort and more like self-deception. You stop expecting much to shift because your current pain has repeated itself often enough that it begins to look reliable. But one of the gentlest truths about being alive is that life is constantly rearranging itself in ways you cannot predict while you are inside the middle of a hard season. Change is often happening long before it becomes visible, and loneliness is one of the worst emotional states for accurately measuring that. When people feel disconnected for a long time, they start assuming the future will simply be an extended version of the present. They begin forecasting from pain instead of possibility. If nights have felt empty lately, the mind quietly concludes that nights will probably stay empty. If the heart has been carrying the same ache for months, it starts to assume that H must somehow be permanent. And yet some of the biggest emotional shifts in a person's life arrive without any dramatic warning at all. That is what makes life both terrifying and strangely comforting. It does not always announce what is about to soften. A lot of meaningful change enters life very quietly. It does not come with a speech or a sign or a visible turning point. Sometimes it begins with a conversation you almost did not have. Sometimes it begins with a person who at first seems ordinary and then later becomes deeply important. Sometimes it begins with one calm night after many difficult ones, and you do not even notice at first that your body is not bracing in the same way anymore. Sometimes it begins with one new thought that slips into your mind and weakens an old belief you had been carrying for years. Sometimes it begins with one decision to stop chasing what keeps hurting you. Sometimes it begins with rest. Sometimes it begins with grief, finally finishing one small part of its work. And because these shifts rarely look dramatic while they are happening, lonely people often miss the fact that life is already moving underneath them. That is one of the great frustrations of emotional pain. It makes stillness look like stagnation. It makes quiet look like proof that nothing is changing. But just because nothing is loudly happening does not mean nothing is happening. Some of the most important transformations in a human life begin in invisible ways. Your nervous system can be relearning safety before your mind catches up. Your standards can be changing before your relationships reflect it. your self-respect can be rebuilding before your choices fully show it. Your heart can be making room for something healthier before you have any obvious evidence that it is coming. And if you are someone who is hurting, this matters because it means your current loneliness is not the only process unfolding inside your life. Pain is not the only thing in motion. The mind often forgets that uncertainty is not only where bad things come from, it is also where nearly every beautiful thing enters. Every meaningful relationship you have ever had was once unimaginable in the exact form it eventually took. Every future version of you that felt more grounded, more loved, more peaceful, more emotionally at home in life was once invisible too. There was a time before every good surprise where there was absolutely no proof it was coming. That is what makes despair such a dishonest narrator. It judges the future based only on the emotional evidence available in the current moment, and the emotional evidence available in the current moment is always incomplete, especially when you are tired, especially when you are lonely, especially when it is late and your world has become small enough for your fears to sound wise. What makes this comforting is not some fake promise that life always changes quickly, or that every lonely season is secretly beautiful while you are inside it. Some seasons are genuinely painful. Some stretches of life are slow, repetitive, and emotionally draining in ways that should not be minimized. But even then, life remains more fluid than loneliness makes it seem. Things end. People appear. Patterns break. Desires evolve. Healing that felt impossible becomes quietly normal. Entire emotional chapters close without asking your permission first. You do not always feel the moment your life begins to shift, but that does not mean the shift is not underway. There is also something deeply soothing about admitting that not everything in your future depends on your ability to perfectly predict, plan, or emotionally control what happens next. Some of the best changes in a person's life arrive while they are distracted, uncertain, grieving, healing badly, doubting everything, or simply trying to survive an ordinary week. You do not need to be in a perfect state of belief for life to surprise you. You do not need to have your heart fully figured out for something new to enter it. You do not need to feel hopeful every night in order for your life to still be moving toward forms of connection, meaning, and peace you cannot yet see from here. And maybe that is the mystery that makes loneliness slightly easier to carry. The fact that your current emotional map is not the full geography of your life. There are places you have not reached yet. There are people you have not met yet. There are versions of calm, intimacy, belonging, and inner steadiness that have not fully arrived yet. There are mornings that will feel different from this one. There are nights that will not ache in the same way. There are parts of your future that are still hidden not because they are not real, but because life has not unfolded them yet. And if that is true, then this moment, however painful, does not get to declare itself final. It does not get to act as if it has already seen the whole story. Because one of the most comforting and mysterious truths about being alive is that life can remain unchanged for what feels like forever, and then all at once, without warning, begin becoming something else. How memories visit at night because the mind is trying to keep you company. Sometimes the memories that visit you at night are not there to hurt you as much as they are there because your mind does not know how to leave you completely alone. That is a strange idea at first, especially if your nighttime memories do not feel comforting at all. Maybe they are bittersweet. Maybe they are full of people you miss, versions of life that no longer exist, conversations you wish had gone differently, moments that felt warmer than what you are living in now. Maybe they leave you with that very specific kind of ache where your chest feels full and empty at the same time. And because they can be so emotionally sharp after dark, it is easy to assume your mind is tormenting you for no reason. It can feel like your own thoughts have turned against you, reaching into old chapters, just to remind you of everything that is gone, everything that changed, everything you can no longer return to. But very often, what the mind is doing is less cruel than it seems. The human brain does not like emotional emptiness. It does not like total vacancy, especially at night when the outside world has gone quiet and your usual distractions are no longer holding the edges of your inner life together. When the room gets still and there is less external stimulation, the mind often begins reaching backward, not only because it is unresolved, but because memory is one of the oldest ways the psyche tries to create a sense of company. If there is not enough emotional contact in the present moment, the mind will often pull from the archive. It will bring you old faces, old voices, old scenes, old versions of yourself, not always because it is trying to punish you, but because some part of you would rather be haunted by connection than left with nothing at all. That is what makes nighttime memory so emotionally complicated. It is painful, yes, but it is often painful in a way that still contains warmth. You are remembering because something in you is reaching for texture, for familiarity, for emotional presence. Even if what comes back hurts, it still carries traces of contact. It still gives the mind something human to sit beside when the present feels too quiet. And honestly, that is one of the saddest and softest things about loneliness. Sometimes the mind would rather revisit old tenderness, even in broken form, than sit in complete emotional blankness. This is why certain memories arrive with such force at night. They are not always random. They are often emotionally strategic. The brain stores experiences not only as information, but as feeling states, and when you are lonely or underheld in the present, your system may begin searching for moments that once carried closeness, belonging, intensity, or emotional significance. It is almost like the mind is saying, if I cannot give you companionship in real time, maybe I can at least bring you something familiar enough to keep you from drifting too far into emptiness. Of course, the problem is that memory is not a perfect comforter. It rarely arrives cleanly. It brings warmth and grief together. It brings beauty and loss in the same breath. It can remind you that you were once deeply connected, while also reminding you that the exact shape of that connection is gone. So what begins as a form of inner companionship can quickly start feeling like emotional self-sabotage. You lie there revisiting people who no longer know you the same way, seasons you cannot go back to, versions of yourself who felt more alive, more wanted, more hopeful, or simply less alone. And because nighttime lowers your emotional defenses, those memories can feel almost physically present, like they are not just thoughts but living atmospheres filling the room. That intensity can be hard to understand unless you realize that memory is not just about the past. It is also about regulation. The mind often uses memory to try to stabilize emotional states, especially when the present feels too empty, too uncertain, or too disconnected. It is not always doing it well, but it is often trying. It is trying to create continuity, trying to build emotional texture where there is too much silence, trying to remind you that your life has contained closeness, meaning, tenderness, and vividness before, even if tonight feels flat and far away from all of that. And maybe that is why some memories return again and again. Not because you are failing to move on in some pathetic or broken way, but because those memories still hold something your system associates with aliveness. They still contain traces of what mattered to you. They still carry emotional fingerprints your mind has not fully stopped reaching for. A person, a room, a season, a small ordinary moment can become symbolic far beyond what it looked like on the surface, because it represented a time when something in you felt less separate from life. So when loneliness deepens, the mind does not only remember the event, it remembers the feeling of being inside a version of yourself that felt more connected, more accompanied, more emotionally real. That does not mean every memory is useful to stay in for too long. Some become loops. Some keep old wounds too active. Some make the present feel unnecessarily barren by comparison. But it does mean that your mind may not be your enemy when it reaches backward at night. It may be using the only emotional material it has access to in that moment to keep you from feeling completely abandoned by your own inner world. There is something deeply human about that. Even the way we ache is often an attempt to stay close to what once made us feel alive. And maybe if you understand it that way, the nighttime visitations become a little less hostile, a little less like evidence that you are stuck, a little more like your mind trying, imperfectly, to sit beside you with whatever forms of closeness it can still retrieve. It may not know how to create immediate comfort. It may not know how to give you the exact kind of companionship you actually need right now. But it knows those old rooms, those old songs, those old voices, those old versions of love and warmth and meaning. And in the absence of something current to hold, it brings those forward like blankets pulled from a shelf. That is not weakness. That is the psyche trying not to leave you alone in the dark. And maybe the softest part of all is this. The fact that memory comes for you at night at all means your inner world is still populated. It means your life has touched enough tenderness, enough meaning, enough human closeness that your mind still has something to reach for when the room gets quiet. Yes, it hurts. Yes, it can leave you aching. But beneath the ache is also proof that you have lived, loved, attached, felt, and been moved by this world deeply enough for your mind to keep carrying those traces forward. So if the past visits tonight, maybe it is not only because something is unresolved. Maybe it is also because some hidden part of your mind is trying, in the only way it knows how, to place a familiar hand on your shoulder and remind you that even in this silence, your life has not been empty. Why being emotionally unseen hurts more than physical aloneness? What hurts most about loneliness is often not the absence of people. It is the absence of being deeply felt by them. That is why a person can sit in a room full of company and still feel lonelier than they do on a quiet night by themselves. It is why some people feel more emotionally stranded in relationships than they ever did while physically alone. And it is why the H of loneliness can be so hard to explain to others, because from the outside, your life may not even look empty. You may have conversations, family, coworkers, friends, followers, plans, and still go to bed with that same strange hollowness in your chest. And when that happens, it can be incredibly confusing because you start questioning your own pain. You think, what is wrong with me if there are people around and I still feel this way? Why does none of this seem to land where I actually need it to land? The answer is that human beings do not only need proximity, they need recognition. They need the deeply regulating experience of feeling known in a way that actually reaches the parts of them that are most alive, most tender, most frightened, most real. Physical company can help, of course, but company alone is not what resolves loneliness. If it were, crowded lives would automatically feel full, relationships would automatically feel safe, and social people would never go to bed feeling invisible. But that is not how human pain works. The heart is not asking only, "Is someone here?" Very often it is asking something much more intimate. Does anyone actually feel where I am? That is a completely different question. And it is the reason emotional neglect, misattunement, or subtle forms of being unseen can hurt with such strange intensity. Because when your inner life is not being met, reflected, or understood, the nervous system does not register that as a small inconvenience. It can register it as a kind of social exile, not always dramatically, not always consciously, but deeply. There is something profoundly destabilizing about having a rich inner world and feeling like no one is really touching it. You can be physically included and still feel emotionally absent from your own life, because the part of you that most needs contact is not the part anyone is actually reaching. That is where loneliness gets so sharp. A lot of people are not starving for conversation. They are starving for resonance. They are starving for the feeling that another human being can actually meet them where they are instead of only interacting with the more convenient, surface-level, socially digestible version of them. They are starving for someone to notice what is beneath the smile, beneath the competence, beneath the casual replies, beneath the version of themselves that knows how to function well enough to avoid alarming anyone. And when that deeper layer goes unwitnessed for too long, the pain can become much more severe than simple solitude, because solitude, at least, can sometimes be clean. Being emotionally unseen is not clean. It is disorienting. It makes you question whether you are communicating badly or whether people are just not listening deeply enough. It makes you wonder if your needs are too hard to understand or if you have simply learned to hide them too well. It can leave you in this exhausting middle ground where technically you are not alone, but internally you feel untouched in the exact places where touch is most needed. And that kind of pain is uniquely difficult because it often comes with self-doubt attached. If I feel lonely around people, maybe I am the problem. Maybe I expect too much. Maybe I am too intense. Maybe I should just be grateful there is anyone here at all. But emotional hunger does not disappear just because you shame it. If anything, it tends to get louder. And the reason it hurts so much is because being emotionally seen is one of the ways human beings regulate reality itself. When someone truly gets where you are, not perfectly but sincerely, something in the body softens. Your experience stops feeling so isolated. Your pain becomes more holdable. Your joy becomes more vivid. Your confusion becomes less destabilizing. It is not that another person fixes your inner world. It is that they help it feel less stranded. They create a bridge between your private experience and the shared human world. And when that bridge is missing, even in the presence of people, life can start to feel eerily far away. This is why some of the loneliest people are not the ones who are most isolated. They are often the ones who have learned to be socially available while emotionally hidden. The ones who know how to keep conversation going, keep relationships functioning, keep themselves palatable, useful, low maintenance, entertaining, or easy enough to stay around while the truest parts of them remain largely untouched. They may be loved in some sense, but not deeply met. Included, but not fully felt. Surrounded, but not accompanied. And that distinction can break a heart quietly over time. Because physical aloneness at least tells the truth. Emotional invisibility can make you doubt your own need for more. It can make you settle. It can make you minimize what is missing. It can make you stay in spaces where your body keeps feeling lonely, but your mind keeps trying to rationalize it away. That is why understanding this matters so much. It helps people stop misdiagnosing their pain. It helps them realize that the ache they feel may not be a sign that they are bad at being around others or incapable of appreciating what they have. It may simply be a sign that what they need is not more people around them, but more truth between them and the people who are already there. And maybe that is one of the most comforting things to realize if loneliness has been confusing you. Your pain may not mean you are asking for too much. It may mean your heart is correctly noticing the difference between contact and connection, between being accompanied and being understood, between physical presence and emotional arrival. Those are not small differences. They are the whole thing, really. Because at the deepest level, what most lonely people are aching for is not just a body in the room. It is that rare, regulating, almost sacred feeling of being inwardly reached, of having another person's attention land somewhere real inside you, of not having to translate your soul into something simpler in order to be loved. And once you understand that, your loneliness starts making a lot more sense. It becomes less of a mystery and more of a message. Not that you are broken, not that you are too needy, but that some part of you is still waiting for the kind of connection that does not just keep you company, but actually finds you. The peaceful truth that your worth does not rise and fall with attention. One of the most exhausting traps a person can live inside is the quiet belief that their worth becomes more real when someone is paying attention to them. Most people would never say it that directly, but a huge amount of emotional suffering is built on that exact pattern. You feel a little more solid when someone checks in, a little more attractive when someone notices you, a little more meaningful when your presence gets acknowledged, replied to, wanted, chosen, or visibly appreciated. And then when that attention fades, even for completely normal reasons, something inside you starts collapsing much faster than logic can explain. Suddenly the silence feels personal. The lack of response feels loaded. The absence of visible care starts sounding like a verdict, and before you even realize it, your whole nervous system is trying to answer a much deeper question than whether someone is busy or distracted. It is trying to answer whether you still matter if no one is actively proving it to you right now. That question can quietly run a person's life for years. It can shape how they love, how they wait, how they interpret silence, how long they stay attached to inconsistent people, how much they perform to stay wanted, and how deeply they crumble whenever external validation disappears. Because once your worth becomes emotionally tied to attention, you stop experiencing attention as something enjoyable and start experiencing it as oxygen. You stop simply liking it and begin needing it to stabilize your sense of self. And the problem with building your worth that way is that attention is one of the least reliable things in the world. It fluctuates constantly. People get busy, overwhelmed, self-absorbed, tired, avoidant, emotionally clumsy, distracted by their own lives, and inconsistent in ways that often have very little to do with your actual value. But if your inner life is organized around attention as proof, every fluctuation feels catastrophic. Every delay becomes rejection. Every quiet stretch becomes self-doubt. Every moment of not being mirrored starts threatening your emotional foundation. That is such a painful way to live, because it means your self-worth is constantly being outsourced to variables you do not control. And attention is a terrible measurement tool for value anyway. Some people receive endless attention and are still deeply unseen. Some people are adored for the wrong reasons. Some people are desired but not respected. Some people are pursued only because they are convenient, available, impressive, emotionally useful, physically attractive, or temporarily exciting. And on the other side, some of the most valuable, thoughtful, emotionally rich people in the world move through long stretches of life without much visible recognition at all. Attention can mean interest, attraction, habit, boredom, loneliness, projection, curiosity, insecurity, entitlement, admiration, or simple availability. It can mean many things, but it does not automatically mean worth, and the absence of it certainly does not mean worthlessness. Still, the body often has a harder time understanding that than the mind does, especially if you have ever had to work for love in subtle ways. Especially if being noticed was tied to safety when you were younger. Especially if praise, affection, emotional presence, or warmth felt inconsistent enough that your nervous system learned to monitor every signal carefully. In those cases, attention stops feeling casual and starts feeling regulating. It starts carrying emotional weight far beyond the surface moment. So when it is present, your body relaxes. And when it disappears, your body does not merely register a neutral absence. It starts scanning for what went wrong. It starts assuming the drop in attention must reveal some drop in your value. Maybe I said too much. Maybe I am not interesting enough. Maybe I am only wanted in small doses. Maybe I am easy to forget. Maybe I matter less than I hoped. That spiral is incredibly human, but it is built on a false equation. Worth and attention are not the same currency. One can fluctuate wildly while the other remains untouched. And this is where a much calmer truth starts to matter. Your worth is not a live scoreboard. It is not rising when people are responsive and dropping when they are quiet. It is not inflated by praise and reduced by distance. It is not something other people get to increase by noticing you or decrease by overlooking you. Their attention can affect your feelings. It can absolutely impact your nervous system, your mood, your sense of closeness, your tenderness, your longing. But it is not the source code of your value. That distinction can be life-changing once it really lands. Because if your worth is not actually moving every time someone's attention does, then a lot of the emotional panic around being ignored, forgotten, delayed, or not actively chosen in every moment begins to loosen. You still feel things, of course. You are still human. You can still want more consistency, more effort, more care, more emotional presence. But you stop turning every gap in attention into a referendum on your significance. You stop treating every quiet moment like a courtroom. You stop assuming that if no one is currently reaching for you, your value must be fading in the dark. And honestly, one of the most peaceful parts of adulthood is learning how to separate those things. To be able to say, this hurts, but it does not define me. This is disappointing, but it is not proof that I am less. This person's inconsistency may be painful, but it is not a scientific measurement of my lovability. That kind of inner separation creates so much more emotional stability. because it means your heart is no longer constantly being yanked around by the ordinary fluctuations of human attention. It also changes the way you choose people. When you no longer mistake attention for worth, you become much less hypnotized by people who know how to give just enough to keep you hooked, but not enough to truly hold you. You stop overvaluing being wanted and start paying more attention to how being around someone actually feels in your body. You begin caring less about whether someone is intermittently captivated by you and more about whether they are capable of showing up in ways that feel respectful, steady, and real. That is a huge shift, because so many people stay emotionally trapped, not because they are weak, but because they have unconsciously confused being noticed with being cherished. And the two are not the same. One can be loud and inconsistent and leave you starving. The other is often quieter, steadier, and far more nourishing. When you really understand that, something inside you starts to settle. You stop chasing every flicker of validation like it contains the final answer to who you are. You stop needing every room to confirm your importance before you can breathe normally inside yourself. You begin carrying your own worth in a way that is less dependent on who is currently watching, praising, replying, desiring, or remembering to reach out at the exact right time. That does not make you detached. It makes you less fragile in the face of ordinary human inconsistency. And maybe that is what makes this truth so peaceful. Your value does not need constant maintenance from the outside in order to remain intact. It does not flicker on when people notice you and off when they do not. It is not a mood ring changing colors according to who is available tonight. It stays where it has always been, underneath the noise, underneath the longing, underneath the very human ache to be seen. And even in a quiet room, even with a silent phone, even on a night where no one is giving you the attention your heart wishes it had, that worth is still there, whole, undiminished, and entirely untouched by the temporary absence of being noticed. How longing can be evidence of your depth, not your brokenness. A longing has a way of making people feel ashamed of themselves, especially at night, especially in the quiet, especially when there is no immediate place for all that feeling to go. It can make you feel too much, too sensitive, too attached, too emotionally unfinished, too aware of what is missing in a world that often rewards people for acting like they need very little. And because longing is uncomfortable, most people do not interpret it very kindly. They do not look at it and think, "This says something beautiful about the depth of my heart." They look at it and think, "Why am I still like this? Why do I still want so much? Why does my chest still ache for things that are not here? Why can I not just move on, calm down, let go, become less affected, less open, less vulnerable to absence?" That reaction is understandable, but it is also one of the saddest misunderstandings people carry about themselves. Because longing is not always a symptom of damage. Very often, it is evidence that something alive and deeply human in you has not gone numb. It is evidence that your heart is still capable of reaching, still capable of imagining closeness, still capable of feeling the shape of what would nourish it even when that nourishment is not fully present yet. And yes, longing can hurt. It can be one of the most private and exhausting kinds of pain, because it often lives in the space between what is real and what is wanted. But pain alone does not make something pathological. Sometimes pain is simply what happens when depth has nowhere immediate to land. That distinction matters because a lot of people have learned to treat their own tenderness like a flaw. If they miss people deeply, they assume they are too dependent. If they still ache for connection after being disappointed, they assume they are emotionally weak. If they feel a strong desire for intimacy, companionship, witness, affection, or emotional closeness, they start talking to themselves as if those desires are proof they are somehow less evolved than people who appear more detached. But detachment is not always health. Numbness is not always strength. And not all forms of self-protection are wisdom. Sometimes what people call being unbothered is simply a well-rehearsed way of avoiding the vulnerability of wanting anything too honestly. Longing, on the other hand, is honest. Sometimes painfully so. It tells the truth about what matters to you. It reveals where your heart still has movement. It exposes the fact that you are not just built for efficiency, productivity, surface-level contact, and emotional minimalism. You are built for meaning. You are built for resonance. You are built to be touched by life in ways that go deeper than surviving it. And if that sounds dramatic, it is only because modern life has made deep feeling seem excessive when in reality, it is one of the most natural things a person can carry. The problem is not that people long. The problem is that they often long in cultures, relationships, and environments that do not know what to do with depth unless it is packaged attractively. So they begin internalizing the wrong lesson. They start believing that because their longing has not been well received, well met, or quickly answered, the longing itself must be the issue. But a need being unmet does not automatically make it unhealthy. A desire going unanswered does not automatically make it embarrassing. The ache for closeness, belonging, emotional safety, witness, intimacy, or a fuller kind of life is not proof that something is wrong with you. In many cases, it is proof that your inner life is still awake enough to know the difference between surface satisfaction and what would actually feed you. That is not brokenness. That is discernment with feelings, and yes, it can become messy. Longing can absolutely get tangled with old wounds. It can attach itself to people who cannot hold it. It can become distorted by abandonment, fantasy, grief, or patterns of overgiving. It can make people stay too long, hope too hard, or keep reaching where they are not being met. But even then, the existence of longing itself is not the problem. The problem is usually where it has been placed, how it has been interpreted, or what it has been forced to survive without. That is a much more compassionate way to understand yourself. Instead of asking, "Why am I so affected?" you begin asking, "What does this ache reveal about what my heart is actually built for?" Instead of assuming your longing is proof of deficiency, you begin recognizing it as a form of emotional intelligence. It is your system's way of saying, "There is more here that I am capable of than what I have currently been given. There is a fuller version of contact, love, safety, or meaning that I can feel the outline of, even if I do not have it fully in my hands yet." That can be painful, but it can also be sacred, because people who feel longing deeply are often people who would love deeply, create deeply, notice deeply, grieve deeply, and live deeply when they are in the right conditions. The ache is often the shadow of a capacity, and when you forget that, you start treating your sensitivity like an illness instead of understanding it as unfinished devotion with nowhere to go. There is also something deeply calming about realizing that longing does not always demand immediate resolution. A lot of suffering comes from the belief that every ache must be fixed before you can rest, but some forms of longing are not there to be solved instantly. Some are there to remind you of what still matters. Some are there to keep your heart from settling for what does not truly fit. Some are there to preserve your appetite for a more meaningful life. If you lose that appetite entirely, you may become less hurt, but you may also become less alive. And maybe that is the quiet truth underneath all of this. Longing hurts because you are not shallow. It hurts because your heart was not designed only for convenience. It hurts because some part of you still believes in depth strongly enough to miss it when it is absent. That is not weakness. That is not emotional failure. That is not some humiliating sign that you need too much. It is a sign that your inner world is still capable of reaching beyond numbness towards something fuller, truer, and more intimate than mere distraction. So if you feel a lot at night, if your chest still aches for connection, if your heart still leans toward people, places, versions of life, or forms of closeness that are not fully here yet, that does not automatically mean you are broken. It may simply mean you are built with a depth that has not yet found all the places it belongs. And until it does, the longing itself is not your enemy. It is often the evidence that your soul still knows there is more for it to touch. Why some nights are meant for surviving gently, not fixing everything. Some nights are simply not built for answers. That is a hard truth for people who are used to trying to solve their pain the moment it appears. The second loneliness, sadness, regret, fear, or emotional heaviness shows up, the mind immediately goes to work. It starts scanning for the reason, the pattern, the mistake, the wound underneath the wound, the exact life change that would make all of this finally stop. And on the surface, that can look wise. It can feel productive. It can feel like self-awareness. But a lot of the time, especially at night, it is not actually clarity. It is desperation wearing the clothes of insight. Because when your system is tired and emotionally open, the mind becomes very seductive in the way it offers solutions. It whispers that if you just think a little harder, revisit the conversation one more time, analyze your life a little deeper, finally understand why this person left, why this season hurts, why you still feel lonely, why you are not where you thought you would be, then maybe you will earn some peace before sleep. So you keep going. You keep digging. You keep mentally turning over every unresolved part of your life, as if tonight is the night you must finally figure yourself out, or else the ache will swallow you whole. But some nights do not need to be solved. They need to be survived more gently than that. That distinction can save people from so much unnecessary suffering, because not every painful night is asking you for transformation. Not every emotional wave is a demand for immediate revelation. Not every heavy feeling is a sign that your life now requires a dramatic conclusion before your body is allowed to rest. Sometimes you are just tired. Sometimes your nervous system is flooded. Sometimes old grief is louder because the world is quieter. Sometimes loneliness is brushing against old wounds and making everything feel more urgent than it actually is. Sometimes your heart is simply too tender tonight to be turned into a project. And honestly, one of the most mature things a person can learn is when not to interrogate themselves. That sounds almost too simple, but it matters so much because a lot of suffering gets extended by the belief that every painful feeling must immediately become a problem to fix. People do not only feel bad, they start working overtime to justify, decode, and eliminate the bad feeling before they are allowed to soften around it. And in doing that, they often make the night much harsher than it needed to be. What might have passed as sadness becomes a full existential crisis. What might have been a lonely evening becomes a trial about your entire future. What might have been emotional weather becomes a courtroom where every unresolved part of your life is suddenly dragged under fluorescent lights for examination. That is exhausting. It is also deeply unkind, because some versions of you do not need more analysis. They need less pressure. The version of you who feels fragile at 1 in the morning may not benefit from being asked to solve your attachment patterns, define your life purpose, reprocess your childhood, decide what every silence means, or forecast the future of every relationship that currently feels uncertain. That version of you may simply need permission to stop turning pain into homework. That is where gentleness becomes a kind of wisdom, not avoidance, not denial, not pretending nothing matters, just the understanding that timing matters when it comes to inner work, and midnight is often a terrible hour to demand total emotional resolution from a tired human body. At night, pain tends to become absolute. Thoughts get more dramatic. The nervous system loses perspective. The mind starts speaking in forever language. Always, never, no one, nothing. Everything becomes larger, darker, and more urgent, which means the conclusions you reach in that state often feel profound while actually being deeply distorted by exhaustion. That is why some nights are better handled with care than with interrogation. You do not always need to know why you feel off before morning. You do not always need a life lesson from every wave of sadness. You do not always need to force meaning out of every lonely hour. You do not always need to fix the root of every ache before your body is allowed to exhale. Sometimes the kindest thing you can do is lower the assignment. Maybe tonight is not for solving your life. Maybe tonight is for not making it worse. Maybe tonight is for letting your heart be incomplete without punishing it for that. Maybe tonight is for warmth, dim light, slower breathing, softer thoughts, less self-interrogation, less emotional ambition. That is not weakness. That is intelligent care. Because survival has seasons too, and not all of them are dramatic. Some are incredibly quiet. Some look like deciding not to text the person who only makes things more confusing. Some look like not reopening the memory that always cuts deeper after midnight. Some look like not demanding a breakthrough from yourself when what you actually need is rest. Some look like letting the dishes wait, letting the questions stay open, letting your life remain unresolved for a few more hours without acting like that is a personal failure. There is something deeply healing about being able to say, I do not need to emotionally conquer tonight. I only need to carry myself through it without becoming cruel. That is a very different kind of strength than people usually celebrate. It is not flashy. It does not always look like progress. It does not give you a neat revelation by the end of the evening. But it protects your spirit, and that matters because a lot of people do not need more self-improvement at night. They need more mercy, more permission to be a person in process, more space to feel unfinished without spiraling into self-rejection, more trust that some things really do soften when they are not attacked, more understanding that rest itself is sometimes part of the healing, even when it feels passive and unsatisfying compared to the mind's obsession with fixing. So if tonight feels heavy, complicated, lonely, or emotionally loud, it does not automatically mean you are being called to solve every wound before sleep. It may simply mean your system has reached its limit for deep interpretation and now needs a different kind of care, a quieter kind, a gentler kind, the kind that does not ask you to become fully healed before bed. the kind that just asks you to stay with yourself in a softer way until morning arrives. Because some nights are not meant for fixing everything. Some nights are meant for surviving with tenderness, and that is more than enough. The tender idea that rest is still possible even with an aching heart. There is a very specific kind of fear that comes with having an aching heart at night, and it is not always just the pain itself. Sometimes the deeper fear is that because you are hurting, you will not be able to rest. That your sadness will follow you all the way into sleep. That your loneliness will stay loud enough to keep your whole body alert. That your mind will keep circling the same thoughts until the night feels less like a place to soften and more like a place to endure. A lot of people do not just feel emotionally tired when they are lonely. They feel trapped inside the idea that peace is unavailable to them until their life changes, until someone returns, until the wound closes, until the ache finally explains itself and leaves them alone. But one of the tenderest truths a person can learn is that rest and pain are not always enemies. They can exist in the same room. They can exist in the same body. And maybe even more importantly, they can exist in the same night. That matters because many people unknowingly postpone rest by making it emotionally conditional. They think, I will relax when I feel better. I will soften when my heart is less heavy. I will sleep when I have resolved this feeling, understood this absence, fixed this loneliness, answered this fear. And of course that sounds reasonable on the surface, but the human heart does not work on such clean timelines. There are seasons where your inner world remains unresolved for a while. There are nights when your sadness is still there, your questions are still there, your longing is still there, and if rest is only allowed once, all of that disappears. Then your body gets sentenced to staying tense far longer than it deserves. The body does not need your life to be fully solved before it is allowed to exhale. That is something lonely people often forget. When pain has been emotionally loud for long enough, they start treating sleep like a reward for finally becoming okay, instead of a basic form of mercy their system is still allowed to receive in the middle of not being okay. But sleep was never meant to be reserved only for the emotionally resolved. Rest was never designed exclusively for the healed, the settled, the untroubled, the people whose hearts are perfectly calm by bedtime. Rest is also for the grieving. It is for the uncertain. It is for the people whose chest still hurts a little when the room gets quiet. It is for the people who are carrying unanswered questions into the dark and do not yet know what to do with them. There is something almost sacred in that idea once it really lands. The fact that your body can still be cared for even while your heart remains tender. The fact that your nervous system can still be soothed even if your life is not currently giving you all the reassurance you wish it would. The fact that sleep does not require emotional perfection. It only asks, in the gentlest possible way, whether you are willing to stop arguing with your own need for softness tonight. And that can be difficult, because loneliness often creates a strange internal resistance to rest. It can make people feel like if they stop thinking, stop rehearsing, stop revisiting the pain, then they are somehow abandoning something important. As if staying mentally vigilant is the only way to stay emotionally honest. As if relaxing means they are minimizing what hurts. So they stay awake not only because they are sad, but because some part of them believes they must remain emotionally on guard until the ache has been fully honored. But your pain does not need your insomnia in order to be real. That is such a healing thing to remember. You do not have to stay mentally clenched to prove that your heart matters. You do not have to keep reopening the same emotional wound tonight in order to show it respect. You do not have to exhaust yourself just because your sadness has not finished speaking. Sometimes the kindest thing you can do for an aching heart is not to interrogate it further, but to let the body lie down around it. To stop demanding clarity from the dark. To stop trying to force a solution at an hour that was never built for solving. To stop treating wakefulness like devotion, because there are certain truths that do not become clearer by being stared at in bed. They just become louder, more distorted, more exhausting. And in those moments, rest is not avoidance. Rest is wisdom. Rest is your body quietly saying, "This can wait until I have more strength to hold it properly." That is one of the deepest functions of sleep beyond biology. It interrupts emotional absolutism. It gives your nervous system a chance to loosen its grip on whatever has become too large in the night. It does not erase heartbreak or loneliness or uncertainty, but it often changes the shape in which they are held. It reminds the body that not every feeling has to be processed to completion before morning. Some feelings can simply be carried more gently for a few hours while consciousness softens and the mind stops trying to control everything all at once. And maybe that is what makes rest feel so tender in lonely seasons. Not because it solves the ache, but because it offers relief without demanding that the ache disappear first. It says, "You do not have to earn this softness. You do not have to become less heartbroken before you are allowed to be held by sleep. You do not have to finish healing before your body gets to be comforted by stillness, blankets, breath, darkness, and the small animal mercy of simply being allowed to stop for a while." That kind of permission can be deeply emotional for people who are used to carrying everything consciously. People who are used to fixing, managing, bracing, anticipating, and emotionally over-functioning often forget that they are allowed to be cared for by the most basic rhythms of being alive: nightfall, quiet, lying down, letting the mind loosen, letting the body become heavier than the thoughts, letting the ache remain unfinished without making that unfinishedness a crisis. Because an aching heart does not cancel your need for restoration. If anything, it makes restoration more necessary. And maybe tonight does not have to be the night you finally understand everything. Maybe it does not have to be the night you make peace with every absence. Maybe it does not have to be the night your loneliness fully leaves. Maybe it can simply be the night you remember that even sorrowing people are still allowed to rest, that even tender hearts are still welcome in sleep, that even now, with everything you are carrying, your body has not stopped deserving gentleness, that even if your heart is still quietly hurting in ways no one else can fully see, there is still a softer place available inside this night, where you do not have to keep holding it so tightly for a little while. How loneliness can reveal the exact kind of love your soul is asking for. Loneliness can feel cruel because it usually arrives as pain first and information second. Most people do not meet it and think, this is telling me something important about what my heart needs. They meet it as heaviness, restlessness, ache, emptiness, emotional hunger. That strange late night feeling of being far away from everyone, even if people technically exist in their life, and because the feeling is uncomfortable. The first instinct is usually to get rid of it as quickly as possible. Distract it, numb it, override it, explain it away, or fill it with the nearest available form of attention. But if you stay with loneliness long enough and gently enough, it can start doing something unexpected. It can become revealing. Because loneliness is not always just the absence of people. Very often it is the presence of an unmet kind of love. That distinction changes everything. A lot of people think they are simply missing company, when what they are actually missing is a very specific emotional experience that random company cannot provide. They are not only craving contact, they are craving being deeply understood, or being emotionally safe, or being chosen clearly, or being met without having to perform, or being able to soften without fear of becoming too much, or being around someone who can stay when things get real instead of only when things are light. And because they have not named that precisely enough, their loneliness keeps returning no matter how much surface-level interaction they get. That is why some people can spend all day around others and still feel strangely untouched by life. Their soul is not hungry for noise. It is hungry for a certain texture of love, and until that texture is recognized, the H tends to keep coming back in different forms. This is where loneliness becomes less random and more revealing. Because if you stop treating it only as a problem and start listening to the shape of it, you can often learn something very intimate about yourself. The pain has a pattern. The ache has a personality. The emptiness usually points towards something. It might be showing you that what hurts most is not simply being alone, but being around people who do not really know how to reach you. It might be showing you that what exhausts you is not solitude itself, but relationships where you feel like you have to edit your feelings to stay lovable. It might be showing you that your heart does not just want affection, it wants steadiness, or emotional reciprocity, or tenderness without games, or a kind of presence that does not vanish the moment you become inconveniently human. And once you start seeing that, loneliness stops being just a dark, vague ache and becomes more like emotional data. Painful data, yes, but useful. Because one of the hardest things about being human is how often people settle for forms of connection that do not actually match what their deeper self is asking for. They take what is available instead of what is nourishing. They accept chemistry instead of safety, attention instead of attunement, nearness instead of true intimacy, being wanted instead of being known. And for a while, that can feel better than emptiness. But eventually the soul notices the difference. Eventually the body notices the difference. Eventually the night notices the difference. That is when loneliness often gets louder. Not always because your life is empty, but because some part of you can feel that what is present is still not quite the thing your heart is truly reaching for. That is such an important realization, because it means your loneliness is not always accusing you. Sometimes it is protecting you from confusing less with enough. And honestly, that can be a painful gift, because once you know what kind of love your soul is actually asking for, certain half-satisfying forms of connection become harder to tolerate. You start noticing where you feel unseen even when someone is technically there. You start noticing where your nervous system never fully unclenches. You start noticing where you are accepted only in your edited, easier, more convenient forms. You start noticing where the love available to you asks you to shrink, perform, chase, or stay emotionally hungry in order to keep receiving it. That awareness can make a lonely season feel sharper for a while, because now you are not just aware of absence. You are aware of mismatch, and mismatch can be lonelier than being alone. But it is also where discernment is born, because if loneliness reveals that your soul is not merely asking for people, but for a certain depth, honesty, steadiness, or softness of love, then your future choices begin to change. You stop asking only, "Does this person want me?" You start asking, "Can I actually rest here? Can I be whole here? Can my inner life breathe here? Do I feel more myself around this or less? Does this soothe my deeper loneliness or merely distract it for a few hours?" Those are much wiser questions, and they matter because the soul often knows what it needs before the conscious mind has language for it. That is why you can sometimes feel lonely in relationships that look fine on paper, why you can feel starved in rooms where you are socially included, why you can leave certain conversations feeling more alone than before they happened. Something in you is noticing the quality of contact, not just the existence of it. That is not pickiness. That is emotional intelligence trying to wake up. And maybe this is the tender truth hidden inside loneliness when you stop fighting it long enough to hear it properly. Your pain may be showing you not only that you need love, but what kind of love would actually reach you when it arrives. Love that is patient enough to stay present. Love that does not punish your tenderness. Love that makes your nervous system feel less like it has to earn safety every day. Love that does not only admire your strength, but knows what to do with your softness. Love that lets you exhale instead of perform. That kind of clarity is not small, because once your soul has tasted the truth of what it is really asking for, it becomes harder to betray that knowing just to avoid being alone. You may still get lonely. You may still ache. You may still have nights where the emptiness feels louder than your wisdom. But beneath all of that, something more grounded begins to form. A quieter standard, a deeper honesty, a more faithful relationship to what your heart is actually built for. And that means loneliness, painful as it is, may not only be there to wound you. Sometimes it is there to refine your understanding of love, to strip away the counterfeit versions, to reveal where your soul has been trying to settle for crumbs while secretly asking for nourishment. So if loneliness keeps returning, it may be worth asking a gentler question than "Why am I alone?" Maybe the more healing question is, what exact kind of love does this ache keep pointing me toward? Because hidden inside that answer may be one of the most important truths your heart has been trying to tell you all along. Why your future relationships are not canceled by your current silence. What you are feeling tonight is not a forecast. That is one of the most important things to understand. If loneliness has a habit of making your future feel smaller than it really is. Because when your life is quiet for too long, especially in the relational sense, the mind starts doing something very cruel and very convincing. It takes your current silence and begins treating it like a prediction. No messages become no momentum. No closeness right now becomes no closeness coming. A lonely season quietly transforms into what feels like evidence that your story has already narrowed. That maybe whatever kind of love, intimacy, friendship, or emotional belonging you were hoping for has somehow already missed its chance to arrive. And when that fear sinks in deeply enough, it can start feeling less like insecurity and more like realism. You stop imagining your future with the same openness. You stop assuming meaningful people are still possible. You begin carrying yourself as if the silence around you now has already made some final decision about what your life gets to become. It is such a painful thing to believe, and it happens to more people than they admit. Not because they are dramatic, but because loneliness naturally distorts time. It makes the present feel longer, the future feel flatter, and possibility feel increasingly abstract the longer nothing obvious seems to change. That is why a lot of people do not just feel alone in the moment. They start mourning relationships that have not even failed to happen yet. They begin grieving a future they are quietly convinced has already closed. They think maybe this is it. Maybe the kinds of bonds I wanted were for other people. Maybe the chapter where I was going to be deeply known, chosen, understood, or emotionally met has already been delayed long enough that I should stop expecting it. Maybe this silence is not just a phase. Maybe it is the shape of the rest of my life. But silence is not prophecy. It never was. And one of the most soothing truths a lonely person can hear is that your current relational emptiness is not legally binding on your future. It does not get to cancel what has not happened yet. It does not get to declare you too late, too unreachable, too emotionally behind, too complicated, too forgotten, or too far removed from the kinds of connection that still exist in the world. A quiet season is not a verdict. It is just a season. And yes, sometimes it is a painful one. Sometimes it lasts longer than you expected. Sometimes it stretches your hope in ways that feel almost humiliating. Sometimes it makes you question your timing, your worth, your desirability, your emotional place in the human story. But even then, it still does not possess the authority to decide who is or is not going to enter your life later. What forms of closeness are still possible for you, or how much emotional belonging your future may still hold. People forget how much of life arrives after long stretches of nothing. That is not just optimism. It is observable reality. So many important relationships begin after silence, after years of emotional drought, after heartbreak, after social disconnection, after loneliness so repetitive that it started to feel structural. Some of the deepest bonds people ever experience do not appear on schedule, and they certainly do not appear according to whatever panic timeline your loneliness is currently trying to enforce. Life does not hand out closeness based on whether you manage to maintain a perfectly full social calendar through every season. Some relationships arrive late. Some arrive after loss. Some arrive after you have nearly given up. Some arrive only once you have changed enough to recognize what healthier connection actually feels like. That last part matters more than people think, because not every season of silence is empty in the way it first appears. Sometimes it is protective. Sometimes it is clarifying. Sometimes it is creating distance between you and the kinds of connection that would have only deepened your confusion, self-abandonment, or emotional hunger. Sometimes what feels like relational absence is also a period where your standards are quietly changing. Your nervous system is learning what safety does and does not feel like, and your heart is becoming less available for dynamics that would have kept you lonelier in the long run. That does not make the silence easy, but it does make it less meaningless. A lot of people think their future relationships depend only on being visible enough right now, chosen enough right now, socially active enough right now. But the truth is, the quality of your future relationships will also depend on who you are becoming during the quiet. It will depend on what you are learning about your needs, your boundaries, your patterns, your tenderness, your pacing, your instincts, your blind spots, your emotional honesty. And much of that learning happens in exactly the seasons that feel least relational from the outside. So no, this silence is not always just dead air. Sometimes it is where your future capacity is being built. That is why it is so dangerous to let tonight's loneliness narrate your whole future. It is too close to the ache. It is too invested in immediate evidence. It wants proof now, and if proof does not arrive, it starts writing endings where there are only pauses. It says things like, "No one is here, so maybe no one is coming. No one feels close right now, so maybe closeness is not meant for me. I have been lonely too long, so maybe this is just who I am now." But your life is not a courtroom where tonight's silence gets to hand down a sentence. It is still unfolding, and unfolding means unfinished. That is the part lonely people often lose contact with. They begin relating to themselves as if they are already complete in the most hopeless sense, as if all the major emotional opportunities have already either happened or failed to happen. But that is almost never true. There are conversations you have not had yet that will matter. There are people you have not met yet who will feel strangely familiar. There are forms of emotional safety you have not experienced yet that will one day make this season make more sense. There are friendships, loves, communities, and connections that are still entirely real, even though they are currently invisible. That invisibility is not cancellation. It is just invisibility. And life is full of things that are real before they are visible. The most healing thing you can remember on a quiet night is that your future does not take emotional instructions from your current loneliness. It does not look at your unanswered messages, your empty bed, your delayed timing, your tired heart, or your quiet season, and decide from there what you are permanently allowed to have. The future remains uncommitted to your fear. It is still open in ways your present mood cannot fully measure. And maybe that is enough for tonight. Not a grand promise. Not forced hope. Just enough space to stop confusing silence with finality. Because your future relationships are not canceled by your current silence. They are simply not here yet. And those are not the same thing at all. The comforting truth that your life is still unfolding in unseen ways. So much of loneliness comes from the illusion that if you cannot see movement, then no movement must be happening. That is one of the cruelest emotional distortions the mind creates when you are in a quiet season. You look around, and all you can seem to find is stillness. The same room, the same thoughts, the same ache at roughly the same hour. The same sense that life is happening elsewhere for other people, in brighter rooms, in more obvious ways. And because human beings are always trying to make sense of what they cannot control, the mind starts drawing a conclusion from that stillness. Maybe this is it. Maybe things are not actually changing for me. Maybe my life has quietly stalled and no one told me. That feeling can become especially intense at night because nighttime removes so much visible evidence of progress. During the day, even if you are struggling, there is usually some motion to hide inside. Messages come and go. Tasks get completed. Time feels segmented. The outside world keeps giving the impression that life is moving, even if you do not feel particularly connected to it. But at night, especially in solitude, all of that drops away, and what remains can feel alarmingly still. If your heart is already tender, that stillness can begin to look like proof that your life has stopped becoming. It can start feeling as though whatever is missing now will simply stay missing because nothing appears to be shifting in front of you. But some of the most important things in life never look dramatic while they are forming. That is the truth loneliness struggles to remember. Just because change is not announcing itself does not mean change is absent. Just because growth is not visible does not mean it is not underway. A life can be unfolding in deeply meaningful ways long before those ways become obvious enough to comfort you. That is hard for people to trust because most of us have been trained to recognize progress only in forms that can be clearly measured. A new relationship, a move, a job, a breakthrough, a visible opportunity. Some outer event that makes it easy to point and say, yes, there something is happening. But a huge amount of life does not unfold like that. A huge amount of life develops quietly, internally, invisibly, beneath the surface of ordinary days. Your standards can be changing before your relationships catch up. Your nervous system can be learning safety before your mind has language for it. Your grief can be loosening its grip in tiny increments too subtle to notice in real time. Your identity can be rearranging itself in ways that will only make sense later, once enough time has passed for the pattern to reveal itself. This is one of the most frustrating and beautiful things about being alive. We usually do not get to watch our becoming with full clarity while it is happening. We often only recognize it in hindsight. One day you realize a thought that used to destroy you does not hit the same way anymore. One day you notice you no longer chase what once would have consumed you. One day your evenings feel slightly less haunted than they did months ago. One day you respond differently, choose differently, need differently, rest differently. And only then do you realize that life has in fact been moving in you this whole time, even while you were convinced nothing meaningful was changing. That is why loneliness can be such a deceptive narrator. It is often only capable of measuring what is immediately visible, and what is immediately visible is almost never the full story. If no one new has appeared, if no major breakthrough has arrived, if the external shape of your life looks mostly the same, loneliness tends to treat that as evidence that you are stuck. But external sameness does not always mean internal stagnation. Sometimes what looks like nothing is actually preparation. Sometimes what feels like waiting is actually formation. Sometimes what appears empty is simply a chapter where the roots are growing deeper than the branches can yet show. And human life is full of that kind of hidden movement. Friendships are often forming before they become close. Healing is often happening before it feels good. Self-trust is often rebuilding before it feels natural. The future version of you who will one day feel steadier, more connected, less emotionally starved, is often being shaped in the exact season that currently feels the most underwhelming and uneventful. That can be hard to believe when you are lonely because loneliness wants visible proof. It wants reassurance in forms it can immediately touch. It wants life to make itself obvious, but much of what matters most arrives gradually enough that it does not satisfy the impatient part of the mind. Still, that does not make it any less real. There are probably things changing in you right now that you are not giving enough credit to because they are not dramatic. Maybe you are learning how to stay with yourself in discomfort instead of abandoning yourself immediately. Maybe you are becoming more honest about what kind of connection actually nourishes you. Maybe you are outgrowing people, patterns, or emotional habits that no longer fit who you are becoming. Maybe your heart is slowly learning the difference between attention and intimacy. Maybe your loneliness itself is teaching you what kind of life would feel more inhabited and more true. These shifts may not make for impressive updates, but they are still forms of unfolding. They are still movement. They are still life. And then there is the part no one can fully map in advance. The fact that your life is not only unfolding through your own visible effort, but also through time, chance, timing, other people's changing paths, and all the unseen intersections that make human life so mysterious. The people who will matter to you later are living somewhere tonight. The conversations that will alter your inner world have not all happened yet. The mornings that will feel softer than this one still exist ahead of you. The version of peace you have not yet met is still making its way through time toward you, even if tonight gives you absolutely no evidence of it. That is not fantasy. That is simply the nature of a life that has not finished happening. And maybe that is the comforting truth hidden inside a lonely night. You are not standing at the end of your story just because this chapter feels quiet. You are not emotionally stranded just because the next meaningful thing has not shown itself yet. You are still inside a living process, even if much of it is currently invisible. The roots are still working. The inner architecture is still shifting. The future is still arranging things you cannot yet see. And your life, even now, even here, even in this stillness, is continuing to unfold in ways your lonely mind is simply too close to fully witness yet. How to think of loneliness as a room, not a life sentence. Loneliness becomes much more dangerous when you stop experiencing it as a feeling and start experiencing it as a forecast. That is usually when it hurts the most. Not simply when you are alone, not even when you are deeply aching, but when some part of your mind quietly decides that what you are feeling right now is not just a room you are in, but the shape of the whole building. That is the shift that turns pain into despair. The moment loneliness stops being something you are passing through and starts pretending to be where you live forever. That is why lonely nights can feel so heavy. They do not just hurt in the present. They start reaching forward into the future and trying to colonize it. One quiet evening becomes evidence for the next year. One disconnected season becomes proof of your emotional destiny. One ache in bed becomes a whole philosophy about your life. And because the human mind is so quick to search for patterns, it often mistakes repetition for permanence. If this feeling has visited you enough times, your brain starts saying, maybe this is just who I am. Maybe this is what life is going to feel like for me. Maybe I am not just lonely tonight. Maybe I am a lonely person in some fixed and irreversible way. That thought is one of the most painful lies loneliness tells, because it takes a temporary internal atmosphere and frames it like identity. It takes a room and calls it a prison. And once the mind starts doing that, everything begins to feel more final than it actually is. You stop relating to the feeling as a state and start relating to it as a sentence. You no longer say, I feel lonely right now. You start unconsciously saying, this is my life. That may seem like a small language shift, but emotionally it changes everything, because a room can be survived. A room can be sat in. A room can be left. A room can be rearranged. A room can feel one way tonight and another way next month. But a life sentence feels immovable. A life sentence kills curiosity. A life sentence makes the nervous system stop searching for exits. And that is exactly why it helps to think of loneliness differently. Not as the definition of your life, but as one chamber inside it. A place you are currently in, maybe unwillingly, maybe painfully, maybe more often than you want, but still not the whole structure. That distinction can sound almost too simple until you realize how often suffering becomes unbearable, not because of the raw feeling itself, but because of the meaning attached to it. People can endure a great deal when they believe they are moving through something. What crushes them is the sense that nothing will ever change. So when loneliness starts trying to introduce itself as forever, one of the kindest things you can do is quietly refuse that framing. Because if loneliness is a room, then your relationship to it changes. You do not have to pretend it is cozy. You do not have to romanticize it. You do not have to force yourself to call it beautiful when it feels cold. You just have to stop letting it convince you that it is the whole house. That means remembering there are other rooms in you too. There is the room where you laugh unexpectedly, the room where music reaches you, the room where old memories still carry warmth, the room where your future is not fully written yet, the room where connection still exists, even if tonight it feels far away, the room where your life has not given up on surprising you, the room where parts of you are still becoming, still softening, still waiting to be met. When people are lonely for a long time, they often lose access to those other rooms, not because they disappear, but because pain narrows attention. It shines a floodlight on one emotional space and makes everything else feel unreachable. That is part of why loneliness can feel total even when it is not total. It has a way of filling the mind's field of vision so completely that you forget your inner life has dimensions beyond this 1H. But forgetting is not the same thing as losing. Just because you cannot emotionally reach every part of your life tonight does not mean those parts are gone. It only means this room is louder right now. And that matters because when a feeling is loud, people often make the mistake of treating it like the only truth. They assume intensity equals totality. If this hurts this much, it must define everything. But human beings are always more than the strongest thing they happen to be feeling in a given hour. You are always more than your current emotional room. The version of you who feels abandoned at midnight is not the whole of you. The version of you who feels empty in bed is not the only self that exists inside your life. It is one active state, one occupied room, one weather pattern passing through a much larger landscape. There is actually something deeply regulating about holding it that way. It gives the nervous system a little more space. It lowers the emotional claustrophobia. It says this is painful, but it is not all there is. This room is hard to sit in, but it is not the final architecture of my existence. I may be here tonight, but I am not trapped here forever. And even if you do not fully believe that at first, repeating it gently can still matter, because the body often softens before the mind is fully convinced. It also helps because rooms can be met with different kinds of care than life sentences can. If loneliness is your entire fate, then all you can really do is despair or numb out. But if loneliness is a room, then you can ask different questions. What does this room need tonight? Does it need less judgment? Does it need rest? Does it need softness instead of analysis? Does it need me to stop trying to solve my entire future from inside one difficult feeling? Does it need me to remember that rooms feel different depending on the light, the hour, the season, the amount of sleep I have had, the tenderness I have shown myself, the amount of fear I am bringing into them? That shift is not magic, but it is powerful. It returns movement to a feeling that often pretends to be fixed. And movement is everything when it comes to surviving loneliness without letting it become identity. Because once you remember this is a room, you also remember something else. You have been in rooms before that did not last forever. Rooms of grief, rooms of fear, rooms of confusion, rooms of longing. Rooms that once felt endless and now exist mostly as memory. At the time, they probably felt permanent too. And yet somehow, without you always noticing the exact moment it happened, your life kept moving. That is the part lonely people often forget in the middle of a hard night. You do not need to know exactly when you will leave this room in order for it to not be your whole life. You do not need a visible exit right this second for the room to still be temporary. Sometimes survival is simply refusing to call a room your forever home just because the walls feel close tonight, and maybe that is one of the softest truths you can fall asleep beside. This feeling may be around you right now. It may even be sitting very close, but it is still a room, not the whole house, and definitely not your whole life. Why there is dignity in quietly carrying what no one else can see. Some of the heaviest things a person carries in life never make a sound. They do not announce themselves clearly to the world. They do not always show up in obvious breakdowns or dramatic confessions or visible evidence that something inside is hard. A lot of human suffering moves quietly. It moves through ordinary routines, polite conversations, workdays, grocery stores, family dinners, unread messages, late nights, and tired mornings. It moves through people who still answer when asked how they are, still show up where they need to be, still keep life functioning on the outside, while privately carrying emotional weight that almost no one around them fully understands. And because that kind of pain is so invisible, people often start feeling almost ashamed of how much they are holding. They begin to wonder whether their struggle counts if no one else can see it clearly. They begin to feel weak for being affected by things they cannot easily explain. They begin to think that if their pain were truly valid, it would look more obvious, more dramatic, more externally recognizable. But there is a quiet kind of dignity in carrying what no one else can see, and most people never hear that said plainly enough. Not because hidden pain is glamorous, and not because suffering should be romanticized, but because there is something profoundly human and deeply honorable about continuing to move through life while holding experiences that the outside world may never fully witness. Some of the strongest things people do are not visible. Some of the bravest acts are not public. Some of the most exhausting forms of endurance happen in complete silence, with no applause, no recognition, no proof to offer anyone, and no simple language to make the burden easier to translate. That matters because a lot of people have accidentally absorbed the idea that pain only becomes real once it is externally validated. If no one notices, maybe it does not count. If no one asks, maybe it is not serious enough. If you are still functioning, maybe you must not be struggling that much. And that way of thinking can make private suffering feel even lonelier than it already is. It creates this extra layer of isolation where you are not only carrying the pain itself, but also carrying the sense that you are somehow not allowed to fully honor it unless someone else sees it and agrees that it is heavy. But the truth is, your inner life does not need to become publicly legible in order to matter. The fact that something is difficult to explain does not make it less real. The fact that your sadness, loneliness, grief, exhaustion, longing, or emotional weariness is not always visible from the outside does not reduce its weight. There are forms of pain that are subtle precisely because they have become woven into the texture of daily life. They are not always dramatic enough to interrupt everything, but they are still there, quietly shaping how a person sleeps, thinks, moves, hopes, braces, and survives. And maybe that is why so many people feel loneliest at night. Because during the day, There are enough distractions and social roles and practical tasks to keep the invisible load partially hidden, even from yourself. But at night, when there is less to perform and less to manage, you can suddenly feel the full private weight of everything you have been carrying while still trying to look mostly normal. That is such a strange and tender human experience, to realize that the world may have no idea how much effort it has taken for you to simply remain functional lately, and yet you have remained. That is not nothing. There is a kind of dignity in that which has very little to do with appearing strong in the polished, admirable way people usually imagine. It is not about becoming emotionally untouchable or impressively self-sufficient. It is quieter than that. It is the dignity of continuing, the dignity of carrying sorrow without turning cruel, the dignity of holding loneliness without letting it erase your softness completely, the dignity of waking up and doing ordinary things while your inner world feels anything but ordinary, the dignity of surviving emotional seasons that no one would fully understand, even if you tried to explain them perfectly. People often underestimate how much grace there can be in private endurance because modern life tends to reward what is visible. Visible success, visible healing, visible milestones, visible narratives that can be clearly shown and clearly understood. But much of real life happens in subtler territory, in unfinished grief, in unspoken fear, in the ache of not being fully met, in old wounds that still flare up unexpectedly, in the effort it takes to keep your heart open when no one is currently helping you carry it. That effort deserves respect, not performative respect, not dramatic self-importance, just honest recognition. Because one of the loneliest distortions pain creates is the belief that if no one can see what you are carrying, then maybe you are carrying it badly. Maybe if you were handling it better, it would hurt less. Maybe if you were stronger, you would not still be affected. But pain is not a moral test, and hidden pain is not evidence of failure. Sometimes it simply means you are living through something that does not have easy social packaging. Sometimes it means the burden is real, but private. Sometimes it means your life contains chapters that are being written mostly in the invisible ink of inner experience. And there is something strangely beautiful in realizing that dignity does not require an audience. You do not need your struggle to be witnessed in order for your perseverance to count. You do not need your pain to become legible to everyone in order for your effort to be sacred. You do not need to earn the right to take your own inner life seriously by first making it obvious enough for the outside world to validate. That can be a very healing thought for people who are used to minimizing themselves, because it means you are allowed to quietly respect the weight of what you have been carrying even if no one has fully named it back to you. You are allowed to acknowledge that some days have taken more courage than they looked like they should have. You are allowed to understand that emotional labor still counts even when it leaves no visible marks. You are allowed to see the hidden work of staying kind, staying present, staying functional, staying alive to your own humanity in seasons where your heart has had to do a lot of lifting in private. That is not self-pity. That is truth, and maybe the deepest comfort here is that dignity is not always loud. Sometimes it looks like a person sitting quietly in the dark, carrying what they carry without an audience, without a speech, without anyone fully knowing the scale of it, and still remaining somehow tender enough to continue. Not perfectly, not gracefully every second, but sincerely, humanly, with effort, with fatigue, with an invisible kind of courage that the world may never fully measure, but that still belongs to them all the same. The final soothing truth: this feeling is visiting you, not defining you. What makes loneliness so frightening for so many people is not only how it feels, but what it seems to imply. It does not just arrive as an emotion. It arrives sounding like an identity. It makes people feel as if they are not simply experiencing loneliness, but becoming the kind of person for whom loneliness is the deepest and most permanent truth. That is why it can feel so heavy at night, because the feeling does not stay in its lane. It starts expanding. It starts attaching itself to memory, to self-worth, to future fears, to the way you imagine your life unfolding from here. And before you even realize what has happened, a temporary internal weather pattern starts presenting itself as a definition of who you are. That is the part that hurts most. Because pain is one thing, but pain that begins narrating your identity is something much more dangerous. It starts making very quiet but very powerful claims. This is what my heart is now. This is the kind of life I have. This is the emotional home I am probably always going to return to. And if a person stays alone with that kind of thinking long enough, it can start sounding less like fear and more like wisdom. It can start feeling as though the loneliness is not merely passing through, but revealing something essential and final about your place in the world. But one of the most healing truths a person can learn, especially in seasons like this, is that a feeling can be intimate without being permanent. It can be real without being your identity. It can visit you deeply, honestly, repeatedly even, and still not define the core of who you are. That distinction may sound small at first, but it changes everything about how suffering moves through a life. Because once you stop treating every painful emotion as evidence of who you fundamentally are, you create space between yourself and the thing that is hurting you. And that space is often where peace begins. The mind is not naturally very good at making that separation when emotions are intense. It tends to merge with whatever is loudest. If sadness is loud, the mind says, "I am sad," in some totalizing way. If anxiety is loud, it says, "I am broken or unstable." If loneliness is loud, it says, "I am alone," in some permanent existential sense. But emotions are not identity statements. They are experiences passing through a nervous system shaped by memory, timing, biology, stress, history, unmet need, and the ordinary vulnerability of being a human being. They are meaningful, yes. They deserve care, yes. But they are not always accurate portraits of your deepest self. That matters so much at night, because nighttime has a way of flattening your perspective until the feeling of the hour starts looking like the truth of your whole life. If you feel lonely enough after dark, your mind can start quietly erasing all the other versions of you that also exist. The version of you that has laughed so hard you forgot your own heaviness. The version of you that has loved people well. The version of you that has felt connected, safe, inspired, soft, alive, curious, creative, grounded, or unexpectedly at peace. The version of you that has already survived emotional states that once felt endless. Loneliness tends to dim all of that and say, "No, this is the real one. This aching, disconnected version. This is who you really are underneath everything else." But it is not. It is a version, a real version, a tender version, a hurting version, but still only a version. And remembering that can become one of the most powerful forms of emotional mercy. Because if this feeling is visiting you, then you do not have to turn it into a self-concept. You do not have to build your future around it. You do not have to assume every lonely night is evidence that your life has already chosen its emotional ending. You can let the feeling be present without handing it the authority to define the architecture of your identity. That is not denial. It is emotional accuracy. It is the understanding that the human heart moves through states, and some of those states are painful, immersive, and convincing. But they are still states. They are not all of you. They are not your soul in its final form. They are not the permanent name of your life. And maybe this matters especially for people who have felt lonely for a long time, because duration can make a feeling feel like destiny. If loneliness has been with you for months or years, or in recurring waves across different chapters of your life, it can become very tempting to stop seeing it as something you experience and start seeing it as something you are. But repetition does not automatically equal identity. Familiar pain is still pain. A recurring ache is still an ache. It may have become well known to your system, but that does not mean it deserves citizenship papers in the center of your selfhood. There are so many things that can make loneliness visit more often: old attachment wounds, life transitions, burnout, grief, emotional neglect, nervous system exhaustion, a season of becoming, a lack of depth in your current relationships, a body that only recently became safe enough to feel what it had postponed for years. All of these things can intensify the experience without turning it into your essence. And that is such an important distinction, because once you stop moralizing your pain, you become more able to hold it gently instead of becoming it. That gentleness is what softens things. Not forcing yourself to feel better immediately. Not pretending you are not affected. Not trying to outsmart every ache before bed. Just learning to say, "This is here tonight, but this is not the total truth of me." That sentence alone can create a little room inside the body. Room for the feeling to move instead of harden. Room for the night to be painful without becoming prophetic. Room for your heart to ache without writing a lifelong story around the ache. And maybe that is the final soothing truth underneath all of this. Loneliness can be intense, persuasive, recurring, and deeply human, but it is still not the whole witness of your life. It does not know everything about you. It does not have access to every future version of you. It does not get the final word on what your life will feel like, who will find you, what will soften, what will heal, or how deeply connected you may still become to yourself and to other people in ways you cannot imagine from this exact moment. Tonight it may be here. Tonight it may feel close. Tonight it may be sitting beside you in the dark, sounding very sure of itself. But it is still a visitor. And visitors, even the ones who stay longer than you wanted, are not the same thing as home.